All right, good afternoon, everybody. This is the February 8th meeting of the Charles County Board of Education. Can we all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Dr. Navarro is not able to be with us today, but I believe we have her update in video form. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Lucas, Vice Chairperson Wilson, board members and staff. I come to you today virtually rather than in person as I am out of town on a personal family matter. Rather than have a colleague share important operational updates for me, I thought a video message was more fitting. Today I will highlight a few important updates, but first I want to address an item you will take action on as a board later today. The fiscal year 2023 Superintendent's proposed operating budget. With your approval today, the budget moves forward to the Board of Charles County Commissioners for consideration and approval. The budget request that is ultimately approved demonstrates our priority to remain fiscally responsible as we maximize our existing resources to support the school system and student learning. The request prioritizes early childhood expansion, instructional programs and resources, and transportation, but also focuses on employee compensation and collective bargaining. We cannot provide teaching and learning without our wonderful staff to do so. We need teachers and staff in place to support all students, and as an employer, we need to ensure we are providing competitive salaries and wages that support our workforce and keep them working in our school system. I encourage the community to watch the budget presentation on the agenda later today and follow updates on the school system website at www.ccboe.com. In recent weeks, the school system has experienced an increase of threats to school safety and students bringing look-alike weapons to school. Most of the incidents have initially been reported by either a student or parent to school administrators and/or the police. The reality is that most of our students practice good judgment and decision-making every day, and there are many incredible stories about their successes that we try to tell our community. For example, right now, we have 4 excellent seniors leading at the state level as General Assembly pages. Thousands who will soon be named to their school honor rolls for the second quarter, role models leading class clubs or groups, and hundreds of students participating in winter athletics. Unfortunately, what often makes the news or social media are stories about poor decisions made by a few number of our students. This is also not specific to Charles County, but other school systems across the state and the country. While we work with the police to investigate any threat to school safety, our core work is determining the whys behind these poor decisions. What supports do our students need to manage conflict? How can we support a child's overall well-being? Are students getting the support they need at school? What is happening at home that affects kids at school? We cannot do this work alone. We need support from our families, and we need a consistent dialogue from parents with their children about making the right decisions, what they are not allowed to bring to school, and what consequences are in place for poor decision making. I want our community to know that students are and will continue to be held accountable for making threats to safety or bringing look-alike weapons to school following our Code of Student Conduct. Every time these occurrences take place, it impacts the mental health of students and staff in that building. No student should be afraid to come to school, especially in a year where we are supporting so many other mental health needs. And if you are a student that feels you need to bring a weapon to school for your own security, I urge you to go see a teacher, your counselor, or your school administrators and talk to them before you make any bad decisions. I also want to briefly touch on updates regarding COVID-19. I'm happy to report that we are seeing a consistent decrease in positivity rates at our schools and in Charles County. Starting this week, we return to 100% capacity limits for our athletic and extracurricular events. We have also resumed normal out-of-county and state field trips for students. I continue to hear from families that are not comfortable sending their child back to school in person. And as a parent, I understand the concerns, but I also know the best place for learning is in the classroom. And so I encourage those parents to consider the impacts of being out of the school setting and those impacts it has on their particular child. The health department continues to offer daily and accessible COVID-19 vaccination options for students ages 5 and older. I shift my focus to some of the good news about our school system. Recently, C. Paul Barnhart Elementary School was honored as a National ESEA Distinguished School. Only 2 schools per state are chosen for the annual nationwide recognition. Barnhart was recognized for its efforts in providing excellent supports to special populations of students, particularly English learners. At Barnhart, equity is centered around the notion that every learner will receive the necessary resources they need individually to thrive in school, no matter their background. Last week, I went to the Unified Bocce District Tournament hosted at the Capitol Clubhouse. 9 high school teams competed in the event, and watching our students compete was definitely the highlight of my week. Unified sport teams include a combination of students with and without disabilities who train together and compete against other unified teams. Kudos to them. One of the biggest perks of being a superintendent is the opportunity to celebrate our students, not just during school, but also outside of the school day. And I urge our community to do the same. Please visit our website, again, www.ccboe.com, and check out the calendar area for information about events in which I invite you to come and see. You do not have to have a student that attends our schools to catch a game, a play, a concert, or an art exhibition. We have so much talent and we are not shy to showcase it. As always, I appreciate the ongoing support of teachers, staff, administrators, students, parents, and community members.
Thank the superintendent very much for her update. Right now, it's time for correspondence from board members. Ms. McGraw.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Lucas. First of all, I'd just like to begin by saying thank you very much to my colleagues, my school system colleagues, my many friends, and members of the community that reached out to me during my recent loss. Your calls, your visits, your cards, flowers, and many expressions of sympathy truly were comforting and are very much treasured by me beyond measure. I'm very fortunate to be part of this Charles County Public Schools family and am extremely grateful for your friendship and your support. During the month of January, I did refrain from participating from a number of activities, both at the local and the state level, but I did hit the ground running in February. I attended the Maryland Early Childhood Advisory Council meeting last Wednesday, of which I'm a member, and I shared with the county commissioners this morning some information that I learned at that meeting. First of all, that Maryland received $502 million in grant funding from the federal government, and it's going to be used in 2 different categories. One is the Child Care Stabilization Grants and the Child Care Development Funding Grants. I think this is extremely significant in knowing that We're going to have an increased emphasis on pre-K education. And during the first round of the funding, $158 million was awarded to licensed daycare providers, which was an average of about $15,000 per daycare provider. So the second round has started, and these grants at this time will be $10,000 per licensed daycare provider. So I would urge anyone out there that's listening, this is a good time to take advantage of some of those grants. Also, I wanted to share with everybody that our new state superintendent, Mr. Chaudhry, is formulating a strategic plan for the state of Maryland. And the Deputy Superintendent of Community Engagement, Lindsay Mayhew, has been encouraging all of the Maryland stakeholders to take part in a survey. And they want input from all of the stakeholders across the state to be part of the survey and give your input as to what you would like to see happen in the state of Maryland regarding education. So the survey can be taken online at www.marylandpublicschools.org/survey. It's www.marylandpublicschools.org/survey. So if you want to have some input into what's happening to our state, please take advantage of the survey. I took it yesterday and it took maybe 3 minutes, but it did ask some really good questions. Second of all, I wanted to add that I attended the bocce tournament that Dr. Navarro alluded to. It's always a thrill for me to watch our students interact in such a positive way to support Special Olympics. And bocce is one of my favorite activities. So congratulations to all who participated, and a special thanks to all of our coaches and our staff who made the tournament possible. And lastly, I just want to say happy School Counseling Week to our amazing school counselors and central office staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McGraw. Mr. Hurd.
Thank you, Chairman Lucas. I just wanted to share some student activities that I had the opportunity to visit this past month. So first, there was the CSM CCPS Memorandum of Understanding signing at the La Plata campus for CSM, and it was a real treat to see a culmination of so much work in this county, because oftentimes we're working, but we don't actually stop to smell the roses, and I think that was a good opportunity for us to get that reality check that this county is going in the right direction. In addition to that, I had the opportunity, as Ms. McGraw and the superintendent mentioned, to watch the Unified Bocce District Tournament at Capitol Clubhouse. And I think that out of all the sports I have visited this past month, that was the most entertaining to watch, because it's all about the teamwork. And I think that's really what sports are about. And when you kind of take a second to slow things down and focus on the human connection in the sport, it really warms the heart. After that, I had the pleasure of attending the CCASC General Assembly, which was in person at Thomas Stone High School. I think it's been about 2 years since we've had an in-person General Assembly meeting, so student government and student leadership is very much alive in this county, and we're glad to have that ball rolling again. And I'm excited to see, just like we have our pages coming to see us later today, where student advocacy is going to go in the remaining years that these students are in the county, but also the future of this county. In addition, I would be remiss if I didn't note that Sheriff Barry came to visit the General Assembly, and he had some very well-spoken words for our students on what leadership looks like. And students had great questions about why does he do the job he does, and what does public service look like. Next, I was able to attend the VEX Robotics Regional Tournament at John Hanson Middle School. I was there with Mr. Lucas, and it was really interesting to see how into it they get. I think that's the most physical, non-physical sport I've ever seen. Those robots were at it, and those students, you should have seen them. They were running up and down the hallways, getting their robots together, getting to the tournament. They gave 110%, so I wanted to make sure that we recognize all of our sports that we had going on. And then lastly, a couple games that I was able to visit. Lackey versus La Plata varsity basketball game. That was a nail-biter. It went back and forth. That was the other night. The North Point versus Westlake varsity basketball game. That was my first time being able to attend a game at North Point, and I thought I was in a real basketball arena. You know, they had the sponsorships, the crowd was going wild, and it's great to see our spectators back in business, coming out and showing their love. And then last, but certainly not least, the Westlake swim meet. And those parents were very eager to see their kids get back in the water. So thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd. Go. Ms. Wilson?
I just have one quick highlight, and that is I went over to the Mattawoman Creek Art Center to catch the artwork of the 7-Up Plus 2022 exhibit, and it was totally amazing, the drawings, the painting, and the sculptors that our high school kids had on display. And congratulations to all those that placed and was given first or second or third place, but all of the artwork was very impressive. So it's always a good thing to celebrate our talents of our students. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Go. Mr. Hancock.
Thank you, Chairman Lucas. Just a couple things. I'd like to thank Sean Heil and the EACC for the legislative event that you guys hosted a couple weeks ago now. I think it was sometime since their last meeting, but it was very informative, and it's real impressive. Everyone that's on your panel is a teacher that's worked all day long, and they stayed up late because they're that passionate about what they do for a living, and it carries a lot of weight, everything that you and your members have to say. So that was a good time. I also had the pleasure last week of visiting Walter J. Mitchell Elementary School and reading to a couple of classes there. So I want to thank Principal Adam for welcoming me into his school. Also want to thank Mrs. Duke and Mrs. Mason for allowing me to read to their students. And that's a lot of fun. It's something I haven't done in a while because of COVID and everything. But when you sit down and read to a group of elementary schools, it really hits home as to why we sign up to do what we do. And especially when you hear so much noise on the outside and you see a room full of innocent children, and it really brings things into focus. So that was a pleasure, to say the least. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hancock. So I just have a few things I'd like to share. A couple of repeats, but Ms. Brown and I were on the virtual meeting of the MABE Legislative Committee yesterday, and I forwarded the agenda to everybody. Some interesting discussion on issues that are in Annapolis, and we can talk about that later in the agenda if you wish. I also was at the VEX robotics competition, as Mr. Hurt said, and yeah, that's I never heard that, but it's a very good description. The most contact out of a non-contact sport. And the other thing you didn't mention was that teams have to work together, and they don't know who you get arbitrarily paired with another team against two other teams, and so the person that last match might have been your competition, you now have to work with. So that's an interesting dynamic to those competitions. And thank you to all the volunteers that came out to help make that happen. I too went to the Mattawoman Creek Art Center to look at the 7-Up exhibits from all our kids. It's 7-Up because there's 7 high schools. When we get our 8th high school, put your vote in for what it's going to be called after that. And the ceremony that was supposed to happen a couple of weeks ago got postponed because of inclement weather. But the good news on that is that same day was a tri-county course at Calvert High School. So I went there, and first off, Calvert has a very impressive auditorium, but it was great to see all the kids from Southern Maryland, and they sounded fantastic. So to everyone who made it there from Charles County, kudos to you. You did a great job. It's good to get back to the sporting events, as Mr. Hurd said. And basketball team at St. Charles, you're looking good, so I hope you continue. I tend to go to more of those games because it just happens to fit my schedule. I also went to the ACC Legislative Reception, and thank you, Mr. Heil and your team for making that happen. And was at the bocce tournament with Miss McGraw and the superintendent. And the MOU that was signed with CSM, as Mr. Hurd mentioned, it's been years in the making. I remember that started under previous superintendent and the previous president of the college, and it was great to finally put a bow on that, and it's a great thing for our students going forward. So that's it, and no one has anything else? All right. Ms. Brown, go ahead.
I just want to say to the public that we've heard a lot about all of these great events that people have gone to, but those things would not take place without staff being able to do them. They take place because staff give of their time to make sure that those things happen. So congratulations to them.
No, absolutely. Thank you very much. Okay, now we'll hear from the ACC, Mr. Heil.
Good afternoon, Chair Lucas, Vice Chair Wilson, Board, and distinguished guests. We are in this room to solve the problem and challenges that face education in Charles County. We're not assigned these jobs. We sought them out either through elections or job interviews. Nobody is in this room by accident. This is a tough time to want these jobs. But nevertheless, we are the people who are tasked with addressing our current reality. Part of my job with the time I've been afforded in this forum is to convey the reality of what is happening beyond these walls and within the walls with students and our educators. We are not broken yet, but we are breaking. Today I want to share 4 stories reflective of many other stories and challenges all of us to find the solutions to these real concerns that are impacting our educators and ultimately the students we serve. Please do not hear these stories in isolation or not related to the classroom. The support we give or do not give to all our staff will always have a direct impact on classrooms across the county and our ability to retain the educators we do have moving forward. A teacher in their 7th year who was recruited from out of state shared the following with an EACC building rep. The teacher, a mother, had to take 10 sick days per policy for the quarantine for COVID. Her parents drove down from New York to help the family. The situation was then exacerbated by her daycare closing twice in January due to COVID. Her family was able to come down to help with the second daycare issue, in part due to the distance. The teacher is in tears. COVID has forced this teacher to take all of their leave. They are now having to take a day without pay for any day that they will have to take off for the rest of the year or any day that they are told to take off by our system. If we want this teacher to stay, we need to help lighten this burden. If we want to continue to recruit teachers from out of state, we need to give them a reason to stay. Being in an unpaid leave status due to COVID protocols is not a reason to stay and puts their livelihood at risk. A family of 2 teacher parents and 2 children in Charles County Public Schools had COVID go through the entire family in the fall. Days were taken off to take care of their own children, and days were taken to make sure their classroom remained safe, and they were told to take leave. Clearly, this family is invested in our school system. The family is out of leave. 2 teachers and 2 children in our system need our help. What you do or do not do will impact this whole family tremendously and other educators just like them. Again, how will this impact our ability to retain the educators we currently have, knowing what the potential candidate pool looks like? A new teacher walks into the room of a peer in tears. The teacher says they love this job and want to continue to grow in being the best teacher they can. The teacher continues that they are growing not in the way they hope to grow. The teacher shares that, I really love this job, but I do not know if I can keep doing this like this. I want to grow and thrive as a teacher. I don't want to give up, but I'm close. We need to support our new teachers. This is happening to veteran teachers as well, and veteran educators as well. We need to find a way to support this teacher to grow and thrive and not give up. We need to show educators that our system, CCPS, cares about them and the service that they give to our children and our community. Administrators have become extensions of the medical profession, conducting contact tracing and extending their already long workday with parent and staff contacts regarding close contact and quarantine policies. Then they must figure out how their staff and their school how they will staff their school every time one of these cases impacts an educator. This work is not only filling their evenings, but also weekends, robbing them of time with their families and time to tend to their own health. There must be a recognition that the words "other duties as assigned" cannot be a limitless and ever-growing list because the job simply is unable to be managed well given the list of additional responsibilities. These are simply 4 real-life situations that are out there, and there are numerous others like them. This is not including the members that are experiencing chest pains due to the stress of the current work situation. This is not including the member that can't take a day off for the rest of the year and for any other non-COVID medical concern. We are not broken yet, but we are breaking. It's time to create some solutions to this crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Heil. Next, we'll hear from Ms. Birch from AFSCME.
Good afternoon. I'm Sarah Birch, president of AFSCME Local 2981. January and the first days of February have been very busy for our local. I have been attending Zoom meetings with EACC on the possibilities of a compressed work week in the summer for 12-month employees, and also teleworking and a sick bank. Many issues have come up for discussion, but I think everyone is getting close to agreeing. I was invited to attend the 2-day retreat at the College of Southern Maryland by Dr. Navarro. It was a very enlightening experience. I appreciate being given the opportunity to participate in helping to start to create a 3 to 5 year plan for Charles County Public Schools. The goals of our public schools are to think, inspire, and grow. I will take the information back to the members of AFSCME. AFSCME negotiations have started. The negotiation committee had 2 Zoom meetings to decide our 1 opener and wages. Using ideas and suggestions from members. The first meeting, February 2nd, and the next is February 15th. The new contract for FY 2022-2023 is the most important business AFSCME conducts all year. On February 1st, AFSCME held a monthly meeting with 36 members attending. Since a once-a-year party could not be held, a virtual party with many prizes was held with the promise of when the coast is clear, no more COVID, we will have a picnic. For now, wear your mask, get vaccinated until we are all safe.
Thank you, Ms. Birch. Next is Mr. Lowndes.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Lucas, Vice Chairperson Wilson, and board members. Today I'm here to seek your input on whether Charles County Public Schools should submit a plan to the state for a virtual snow day. One of the options that the state is giving each county is the option to submit a plan that if it snows, instead of having to take a snow day off, to go virtual in its place. And I want to provide a little background information, and then at the end of my presentation, seek your input as to how the board would like us to proceed with this. So based on Maryland law, each school system in Maryland has to go 180 days. Right now, we currently have 4 inclement days built into our school calendar. And so as of today, the last day for students is June 15th, Wednesday, June 15th, and for teachers, it would be Thursday, June 16th. You wanna? If you look at the calendar, this is just, I mentioned it earlier, but the 4 days that are built in, so June 13th, June 14th, June 15th, and June 16th are the snow days that are currently built into our calendar. And if we didn't use them, then we would subtract them at the end of the school year. Currently, we have used 3 of those days, January 3rd, January 4th, and January 7th. So we have 1 school day remaining on our calendar for inclement weather that we have not used. And if at the point that we did use that school day and we need an additional day, then we would have the discussion as to when to add that on, either at the end of the school year or subtract from spring break. We're hoping that during the, with just a little bit more of winter left, that we will not have to have that discussion as to if we need to add on to this school year or take away from spring break. So there's 3 options that we have as a school system to proceed. The first option is to go ahead and develop a plan and submit it to MSDE so that if it does require to have a snow day, that we could then go virtual during that day and have it count as a school day and not need to make it up if we had to. The second one is to develop a plan and submit it, but to use it for next school year. Now this, right now, is not an option. The state has not given us that option yet. Right now, what they've said is that the plan would be for this year only. And then we're hoping that next year they're going to give schools the same option. And that would actually give us some time to make sure that we had everything in place for our students, both for the technological computers and all of that in place to make sure that we're ready to go. But it also would give us the option and time to let school personnel, our staff, know that if it does snow and we need to have a snow day, that the virtual is an option that we would be taking advantage of. And the third one is to continue as we are with no virtual option, and then to add days at the end of the calendar, and then if you use those days, then add days at the end of the year or during spring break. Want to go ahead? So at this point, we'd like to have some discussion to hear your input and to see how you would like us to proceed, either with option 1, which is submit a plan now, and if it does snow at some point between now and the end of the, hopefully not the end of the school year, but hopefully between now and the end of the winter, we would go virtually instead of using a school day to take that time off. Or to go option 2, which would be to have us really proceed with developing a plan so that we could use it for next year, and we would let folks know that we're looking at that virtual option next school year instead of taking snow days or a combination of both, whatever you guys feel that we should be doing. And that last option is not to go virtual at all, and to continue as is.
And I'm sure there's questions from board members.
Yep.
When do you have to submit that plan?
So the sooner the better, because, with just a little time off, if we submit it much later, if it, the time for snow is shrinking as the winter continues.
But there wasn't a specific deadline from the
There
state?
was not a deadline, but you can't go that route until you get approved by MSDE. And so in order for us to do that, we would need the approval to be able to go forward with a virtual plan.
Okay, understood. Ms. Abel and then Ms. McGraw.
I'm glad they're finally offering this. It's a sign of the times. We need to keep up. And I like the idea of having a virtual option for the inclement weather days, whether it be for this year or for next year, option 1 or 2. I'm inclined to say, if they're asking for it, let's go ahead and submit it, so at least we have the option. I am assuming that even if we submit it, it is still our call whether we are going to, on that specific day, depending on the circumstances, whether we will call it completely off or a virtual day, depending on the circumstances.
Yes, Ms. Abel, that is correct. The
Okay.
school still has the decision as to whether they want to go virtual or not. it is school system's call on which
So if it's
option
like
they
a
would
countywide ice snowstorm, everybody's power is out, we can definitely call it off. We don't have to make a virtual day. Then I would say no harm, no foul in going ahead and getting those plans together for option one.
Okay.
Ms. McGraw?
I just want some clarification on option 2. Do you know if we are allowed to build in, say for instance, 4 days and have a virtual plan if all those 4 days are used up? Is that an option?
So I think the understanding is that we could do whatever we want as a school system, that we could go ahead and call snow days and have everyone off and not go virtual, or this would just give us the option, instead of doing that, then we could go ahead and have a virtual day and not have it count against our snow days. So you could still build the 4 days into the calendar and then have a combination of both.
Okay. Well, I do believe we need to have a virtual option. My input would be, especially at this particular point in time right now, with us having only 1 day left, I don't want to see us have to add days on at the end of the school year if we have to add more days. So I would be inclined, or be in favor of developing a plan for this year and for next year as well. School year's long enough without adding more days to it.
Okay. Mr. Hurd, and then we'll go down the line.
Thank you. So when I heard this was going to be on the agenda, which Mr. Lucas gave me a heads up, so I had some time to speak to some stakeholders, teachers and students, and I agree there is no harm in putting forward a plan. What I am worried about is the implementation, and something I've heard from teachers and students is when we flip on a dime like that, like we did when we came back from winter break, it's not the same as virtual learning, because teachers need time to adapt their lesson plans. You know, they can't just take, especially if our teachers are using paper worksheets, they can't just convert that overnight, especially if we're making that call like we do, you know, even for the 2-hour delay today. So one of the ideas, or, you know, food for thought that I've heard is perhaps in an extenuating circumstance where we have multiple snow days, we do the first day as a day for teachers to transition and for students to enjoy the snow and you know, let kids be kids, but we still, you know, understand the responsibility we have as a school district to provide instruction past that first day. So be it. But if we have a one standalone snow day, as it stands, I am opposed to us using virtual. I believe that it will not be effective, and I don't think teachers' lesson plans being transitioned in that short of a period would allow for us to effectively use that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd. Mr. Hancock?
Thank you, Chairman Lucas. I do agree with Mr. Hurd, and I'm actually against going virtual for snow days for a few reasons. One is for one that Mr. Hurd had mentioned. If we, you know, teachers are working from the classroom right now, and so essentially we'd have to have teachers always prepared to work from home if the weather is inclement where they can't access the school building. I think that's going to pose a challenge. The biggest reason I'm against this, though, is because there is a tremendous amount of lack of equity in this county when it comes to internet service. And we're entering year number 3 where there's some students in this county that haven't received an equitable education because of virtual learning. And that's something that needs to be tackled on a lot of fronts. I think it's something that the county government has focused on to a degree, but there's a lot of work left to be done. When you go to the extreme western part of the county, extreme southern part of the county, their internet service is non-existent, and then you really get into an issue of which students are actually receiving an education. For those two reasons, I can't support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hancock. Ms. Brown?
I have to agree with Mr. Hurd. I think when I was in the classroom, I would have loved to be virtual because I had internet and had access and would have probably everything I needed at home. But if teachers are not able to do that on a whole, it would present a problem. It may be easier for some teachers to switch up and maybe not for others. But if there's a way we can do it where it's equitable to everyone, I'm all in support of it. But right now, just to say it's going to be suitable for everyone, I can't be in favor of that.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Brown. Ms. Abel?
And I just wanted to say that we're talking inclement days, not just snow days. So for those of you that remember the tornado that came through, I mean, that was time off as well. It's not just snow days. And this is just asking staff if they would come up with a plan that they think is equitable. We don't have to vote yes or no today. We need to get the plan first and see what the options are.
Thank you. Ms. Wilson and then Ms. Battle Lockhart.
So this is very informative to hear the different perspective. And I would tell you that it's always a good idea to have a plan. I personally am leaning to number 2. Originally, I was on number 3, looking at it from a perspective of the likelihood of, and I'm not a meteorologist, that their likelihood that we would have to go back to virtual there's a slight risk. And so by going with option 2, it gives the staff an opportunity to take in consideration the input from our fellow colleagues and to plan accordingly. If by chance Mother Nature, goes crazy on us, I don't think a day or 2 is going to be that horrible. And I rather give the staff the time to plan accordingly, and I favor option 2 with consideration with my fellow colleague, Mr. Hurd, in terms of, if this is a multi-day event, maybe giving a snow day and to give the teachers an opportunity to prepare, but more importantly, it gives the staff an opportunity to think ahead and think thoroughly. And so I personally I like option 2. I think we should have some sort of plan, but not necessarily this year.
Thank you. Ms. Battle Lockhart?
I agree with a little bit of everything what everybody said. However, a plan, having the plan is I think is important. But from my perspective, unfortunately, where we've been, we've had a lot of learning loss. And if there's any opportunity for us to take advantage of a day to continue learning, however we can make it happen, at this point in time, I think it's important for us to have a plan in place. And then the key word is options. And I've heard tornadoes and I've heard like other things. It's not, nobody's gonna be in on most times if it's gonna be that type of situation. However, I just think not having it as an option is not a good thing. Having it as an option is a great thing. And coming up with a plan is better than not having a plan at all. So I support option 1, to start a plan now and we be proactive instead of reactive, because it only makes us a better system. So that's where my choice is.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Battle Lockhart. And, I think this is a good discussion to have. Obviously, a lot of varying opinions, all well-founded. And the issue of equity is one, for folks that don't have internet, and it's not an insignificant amount of students. And that's something that weighed on me. And of course, the teacher prep time as well. If you had a crystal ball and you knew Thursday night that, hey, Monday this big storm is going to come, then you'd have a little preparation time. But just waking up and not knowing exactly what it's going to be, I think that's a very difficult thing to execute immediately. I do like Ms. Wilson's idea of option 2. I think having a plan, we don't necessarily have to implement it, but we do have to have a plan. Or even option one, but, because as you said, we don't have to necessarily use it, but if we wanted to use it, we needed to have a plan, correct?
Correct.
Correct,
So this is more of the, would you like us to submit a plan
correct.
currently right now for this year? Option two would be, if we submitted this year, I'm sure we would go ahead. I've heard everyone pretty much say they would like us to develop a plan for next year anyways, going forward.
Yeah,
But the really question I have for now is how would you like us to proceed immediately with the rest of this school year?
so if we were to submit a plan this year, would there be an opportunity, and again, hopefully there's not too many more days left that we have to worry about that, but could there be a discussion about the criteria for implementing that? Like if you had to give at least a couple days notice, or if you knew something was imminent, or would that all be laid out in the plan that you put forth about when you implement
Well, all we're asking for is permission to do it from the state. Like it's a application where you submit that you'll have certain things in place to be able to go virtual if you need to for inclement weather, and that's correct. It could be any type of inclement weather that prevents us from coming to school to go virtual. And so that's really what we're asking. But part of the plan has to be the approval of the board in order to go and proceed forward with the submission of the plan. So I would need your permission to go ahead and approval to go ahead and submit this after the discussion today for the rest of this school year.
And would the board see the plan before you submitted it?
The board could see, yes, we'd be happy to share the plan with the board before we submit it.
Yes, Ms. Abel.
I was just snow days would be over if we waited till the next board, well, hopefully they would be over. But I think he's looking for direction to go ahead and just apply. It doesn't mean we have to implement it. So I think we can trust staff to put in the application for this year. They can show it to us at the next board meeting, what they've submitted. And we can discuss later about, no, we don't want it implemented or not, but at least the plan is there for this year. And then we can have more discussion about a plan for next year and how to move forward.
I saw kind of a head nod with that, Mr. Lowndes, is that?
So are you looking for a motion or a consensus?
Yeah, I'm just looking forward to go ahead and submit the plan like you're saying, Ms. Abel, and then, we'll be happy after we develop this, to go ahead and I can send it to you all, or I'll talk to Mr. Schwartz about that process of how we need to proceed with that, and then, but
Okay.
it's really you're saying, a stamp of approval to go ahead and submit for a virtual plan.
Okay, Mr. Hurd?
So I'm just trying to understand the breakdown of, who calls what here. So if we approve this plan and it gets submitted per board policy, past that point, staff has the authority to call snow days, right? So if we agree to submit this plan, would the board have any input past that point of whether we're going to be using virtual days? Or is that up to staff at that point?
To help with that.
Current board policy allows the superintendent to make those determinations. So we're not looking for the board to change that. I think we're just looking for what we're submitting to MSTE for whether using virtual plans for snow days.
So just so I understand this correctly, if we submit this and this gets approved, it's like another tool in the staff's toolbox to use for snow days, but it's still your toolbox to use, right? So it's past our control at that point.
Right.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Valentine, then Ms. Abel again.
So I just want to say that I haven't had much time to speak with students about this issue, but the little bit today leading up to the meeting, it was almost universal that students would not support a virtual option on inclement weather days. And I wanted to make sure that that perspective was shared. And I wanted to highlight a few of the issues. Like Mr. Hancock said, especially students without internet, they're not going to be able to access learning on that day. And then another thing, certain courses we also have to consider as well. Think about our CTE programs. they're not going to be able to get the full learning experience from a virtual day that they would from a day in person at the end of the year or whenever it was made up. The same thing goes for fine arts. If a student leaves their instrument at home, or at school, I mean, or whatever project they're working on, that's just a wasted day of the school year for those courses. And then the other thing would be issues with technology. So we saw at the start of last school year when we first started using Zoom, and then even the start of this school year, the first day back was not smooth at all. There was widespread amounts of students that couldn't access their school day because Student View wasn't working for them, or whatever updates to the computer that they didn't have. So just those one-day things that we're suggesting we would use isn't really ideal for most students in the system.
All right, thank you. Ms. Brown?
I would be in support of option 2 as long as we could see that plan to see that it is equitable to everyone and that it's going to be implemented in the correct way.
Okay, Ms. McGraw?
I'd like to make a motion that we give permission to our staff to create a plan.
I'll second that.
A plan for this year?
Yes, for this year, and, well, no, I want them both.
Okay, well, so there's option 1
Option one
and there's
and
option 2.
Because I think we need to have a plan. I mean, this, moving to now, for now and going forward. So whether or not this would be something, you know, that could carry over to next year, but I think we need to be, as Ms. Lockhart said, we need to be proactive and have a plan. Whether we use it or not, that's another story.
Okay, so that's a motion. It was seconded by Ms. Abel. Is there any discussion? Ms. Abel?
And trusting our superintendent, I do know that if the plan was developed and the application was submitted, and just because of time, we don't have time to review it and vote on it officially after the fact, if we were not comfortable with it as a board, we could, about actually enacting it for this year, we could express that concern to the superintendent and she wouldn't use it. I'm positive of that.
Okay. Thank you for that. Mr. Hurd?
I just wanted to explain my vote, so I'm not going to vote in favor of this. And that's just because I believe, you know, once you open up the Jack in the Box, you can't put it back in. And although we can predict how Dr. Navarro or the superintendent may use this plan, we're giving up authority as a board, and I think we have responsibility to ensure that this is done the right way, and I think we're giving up that responsibility.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hurd. Ms. Brown?
The only reason I chose option 2 is because I wanted to give staff enough time to be able to really look at this plan to make sure it's done correctly. And with option 1, I don't want anything that's going to be rushed because we're already in half the year already. That I just wanted, I thought in choosing option 2, I was giving more time to really look at this plan and get it done.
So, you know, I think that for any plan, even if we vote to submit a plan this year, then obviously that lays the groundwork for what would happen next year as well. And we would have time that if something in this current plan wasn't comfortable with the board, that there'd be time to adjust that. So I just wanted to say that. Are there any other comments? Okay. Okay.
It's a plan to put in place. The plan can be revisited and changed as we go along, but we have to do better at preparing sooner than later. And as stated again, it's a plan that's there in the toolbox to use if we need to use it. And instead of us not having it and then saying, oh, we should have put this in the toolbox.
Thank you, Ms. Lockhart. Any other discussion? Okay, so the motion is, which was seconded, was to implement a plan for this school year. All those in favor of that, please raise your hand. That's Ms. Rural, Ms. Battle Lockhart, Ms. Abel, Ms. Wilson, and myself. All opposed? Mr. Hurd, Mr. Hancock, and Ms. Brown. Okay, thank you very much.
At this time, I'd like to call up our content specialist to review some textbooks that we're bringing forward today.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Laura Bazell, and I'm the high school math content specialist. Here with me, I have Sheila Heddle. She's the middle school specialist, and Maureen Cassidy, the elementary specialist. We come as a team to present a request for a new resource for our Algebra 1, middle schools and in high schools for this coming school year, and then continuing on to geometry and Algebra 2 in the high school level. I'm requesting that Illustrative Mathematics by Kendall Hunt Publishing be considered as the new high school math curriculum resource. Historically, we've been using materials written by our own Charles County teachers in alignment with the Maryland Common Core state standards, with assurance that there's compliance with all state and federal regulations and requirements for graduation and access to higher math pathways. To increase success and understanding in the high school mathematics courses, we have decided that it is time to go with a new curriculum resource to help our students. We're also looking to increase our numbers in the Algebra 1 program in the middle schools to get more students to those higher level math courses as we continue on. This new curriculum resource will give us the rigor, support, extension, and problem-solving skills that are needed to help our students in the high school math courses. A diverse committee met to review the resources and presentation and decided that Illustrative Mathematics from Kendall Hunt would be best in supporting our students moving forward. Illustrative Mathematics is a program that is currently rated highest level on the Ed reports and is currently used in grades 1 through 8 already in our elementary and middle school levels. Implementing the program for Algebra 1 next year, geometry the following, and Algebra 2 within 2 years will allow for a seamless transition for our students at all levels. By the time our teachers implement the resources next year, students have already used it at least in 1 year in their middle schools, so they will know the platform very well. It will be very smooth for the students. The program supplies also a very immense support for our teachers as they are also learning the new curriculum resource as well as being better at their teaching strategies. I look forward to having our students work with this program. Thank you for your time and consideration.
I would like to say that, the committee, we did invite community members, we did invite parents, we did invite math teachers, and it met quite a few times to really look at a couple of the different curriculums, and they took this very seriously. The other thing that these group of women did was send out the links to the middle school and to the high school resource teachers to give them an opportunity to look at the material as well and to get input from them. So they did seek much input from many people to make sure that they were picking a great curriculum and to one that matched what we are currently doing to help our students move forward. So I just wanted to acknowledge all the work that you guys have done as far as making sure that we got a lot of input from folks that are going to be working with this curriculum. The other thing is when we do put it out there for folks to look at, it is a link. And so we're going to put it on our website, and so families will be able to look at the curriculum and provide input rather than necessarily having to come in here to Starkey to look at the textbook. So it'll be easier to get input from our community members once we put out the link on our website.
The company actually created us a little video that'll be on the website as well, so it's easy for they can just watch a couple minutes and learn about it that way, as well as then click through the website.
Very good. Any questions from anyone? The link idea is very good. Makes it accessible. Will there still be an option for people to come here to look at the book, or is it all just electronic?
It's all digital.
Okay.
If they'd like to come here, they can come here, we can get them a link. Sure, get a computer and help them walk through it if they are having a difficult time finding it, so.
Okay. Okay,
We'll
well,
make
no,
sure that we'll have
that's
folks
good to know.
available to help them.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you very much, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for your time.
We have one more textbook
Okay,
to
yeah.
present today for barbering, and I'd like to welcome Rebecca Pearson to go ahead and talk a little bit about the option for our barbering book.
Good afternoon. Yes, I'm proposing the Milady Standard Barbering Textbook. So this is the textbook that is supported by MSDE, and we have had a Program Advisory Council already meeting for the Barbering Program that will be starting next year at Stedham. And this is the textbook that they would recommend as well. Really, it's pretty much the only textbook that is utilized in the field of barbering currently across the nation. So it's wonderful. So we would recommend having this sit out. We don't have the link. They don't have the link. So this would sit out at here and then also at Robert D. Stedham Educational Center. This is something that we wrote into a grant to be covered. We already did get that grant approved, so it actually would not have a funding. It wrote it into here what it does cost, but it is already approved to be supported through a grant through MSDE. So.
Very good. Questions from board members?
There's only one, there's only one.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome by to Stedham and get a haircut.
Exactly.
Ms. Hancock's first on the list.
Or a trim. How close to a trim and a beard. Thank you all very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lowndes. Okay. And now we'll hear from Ms. Acton. Sorry. Go ahead, please.
Pardon?
Go ahead, please.
Hang on one second.
Oh, okay.
Sherry's trying to get this up for us.
Looked like the right file, it wasn't?
Good afternoon, everyone. Joining me again is our budget manager, Sherry Fisher-Davis. There are not a lot of changes from our work session, so I'm going to give you a brief overview, and then Sherry's going to walk us through the PowerPoint, but there will be lots of parts that we're probably not going to say much about because we've kind of already shown it to you. And then at the end, we'll talk about the additional request for information that came out of the work session and see what the will of the board is in relationship to those. All right, so our budget, the superintendent's budget covers fiscal period July 1, 2022 through June 30th. Our operating budget that we're recommending is $438,333,000, which represents an increase of $30.2 million or 7.4% over our fiscal year 2022 base operating budget. The preliminary draft calculations for the major state aid programs presumes an increase in funding by $17.2 million or 8.5%. And our request to the county commissioners is projected to increase by $13.5 million, or 6.7%. The base operating budget also assumes the use of fund balance of $3.3 million. Our expenditure increases include what we've already spoken about as far as mandatory health care costs, the nurses' contract, negotiated, school bus contractor wages, MABE liability insurance, and workers' comp, and the 4% COLA that we gave to AFSCME in the fall. Other cost increases that we're asking for program and to improve our offerings to the students is a reserve for collective bargaining, which is for our staff, the funds to hire 2 bus attendants, 5 bus drivers, 1 mechanic, closed captioning for live streaming and video, expansion of our virtual program to include 6 new FTEs, as well as the expansion of dual early college enrollment for high school students through the College of Southern Maryland. Additionally, we're requesting to raise our FTEs for therapeutic and behavioral support counselors by 4.5 for the elementary level, and we are also including the chief of schools as an additional resource. We have an instruction specialist that we're asking for, an English language learner program, 0.5 bilingual outreach facilitator, and as part of the Blueprint pre-kindergarten expansion, 7 half-day programs to full day, and a mental health coordinator, which all of this, as I said, is what we've discussed before, so there's not a lot of changes there. We did include the 2 additional board members as well. So that's kind of like the overview, and we'll let Sherry run through some of the slides.
Okay, we'll kind of go back to the beginning,
Yes.
hopefully. And
Maybe. We'll see if
Yeah.
it works.
all right. Maybe, yeah, thank you.
It's going through the,
Yeah, let's go all the way back. Yep. Okay.
there you go.
So a lot of this we've gone over a couple of times before, so I'm just kind of going to go through. We just heard a request on the illustrative math for Algebra 1, and that's one of the items we had included in here. We had our 5 buses and our request for our 4 additional counselors for therapeutic and behavioral support. Let's go to the next. This again is just taking a look at our FTEs. We've seen this a couple of times, so we'll just keep going to the next slide. This takes a look at our special populations. We've looked at this, looking at our farms and special ed and EL populations, how they've increased over the past couple of years. Based on our budget right now, our projected cost per pupil is $16,156.78. So that basically breaks down. You'll see how all that is spent. The bulk of it is in instruction, 65 cents, and then maintenance, transportation, so on. This is just looking at our cost per pupil compared to our neighbors. We are ranked 12th out of the 24 LEAs. Keep going. As Ms. Acton said, this is our request for revenue, and we're requesting an additional 7.4% over our prior year. We're requesting about $13 million additional from the county, and our estimated state funding is increasing by $17.2 million to bring us to a budget of $438 million. Again, we look at our mandatory cost increases, the largest being an additional cost for healthcare premiums. Then we look at the 4% COLA that AFSCME received last fall, bus contracts, anticipating MABE increases, the nurses contract with the health department, and the 2 additional board members. These are the other cost increases. You'll see the $16.3 million that we've set aside for collective bargaining between the 2 units, between the 2 unions, and the very long list of requests for FY23 that we've seen a couple of times. And again, we want to just highlight, we've asked for 4.5 additional counselors at the elementary level for therapeutic and behavioral support. Again, this is just another look at the revenue. It's an increase of 7.4% over prior year. Looking at when you break down the budget, where our funding is coming from, county appropriations of about 48, almost 49% comes from the county, 49, almost 50% from the state, and then we have local and federal funding. State funding, again, we're at about $17.2 million is what we've estimated. We'll get more finalized figures as the year goes on, but we're looking at about 17.2 right now. And our ask of the county is about 13.5 that we're asking over prior year. This was one of our requests that came out of our January board meeting, to just take a look at what we had requested from the county as a percentage of their budget versus what we actually received and as a percentage of their budget. So we're somewhere hovering around 45, 46%. You'll see the first yellow column is what we've requested originally, and then a couple of columns over, you'll see what we actually received based off of that original request. Again, this is just a list of the items that we will have in our FY23 budget. We've gone through that. That's just that continuing list again. Where this budget, how it breaks down, basically 80% of our budget is people, so that's the compensation package, so there's salaries and wages. Then you've got contracted services, which we noted includes our bus contractors and our school nurses. Then we have other and supplies. Again, we've set aside about $16.3 million for collective bargaining between the 2 unions for next year. Part of our mandatory costs, we're requesting an additional $1.9 million for transportation for our bus contractors. Here, we're just going into a little detail of all of the mandatory cost increases that we've requested, and so this hasn't changed since our January meeting, so we'll just go through that. Other cost increases, the absorption of some Title I staff, which will be funded out of the pre-K money, our high quality, world-class career college readiness with CSM, keep going. Our virtual program, our EL specialists, the chief of schools position, we'll be funding the buses we're purchasing out of this current fiscal year, so next year we're basically just requesting the drivers, the attendants, and a mechanic. The mental health service coordinator was a position that was funded with Blueprint as a grant, and that will be coming in as part of our foundation funding for FY23, so we're having to absorb that additional FTE, and that's basically the cost of that position. Technology, communications, request out of safety and security, and a request out of human resources. And this is the breakdown of the instructions, laundry list of requests, of which illustrative math is one. And that's just more of the instructions requests. And through attrition, we have about 26.3 FTEs. We had a couple of budget reductions. There are non-reoccurring costs, the fiber project, the mental health staff, PD, and we reduced our vending commissions by $58,000. We're estimating to increase our food service budget next year by $745,000. And the seamless summer option, we're anticipating that expires on the 30th, which allows everyone to eat free breakfast and lunch currently. So now we'll get into a couple of the additional requests that came out. Do you want to go over that one?
So this slide here is showing you, which you also saw this morning, same slide, the funding shortages in next year's budget attributable to the blueprint. They're totaling $4.6 million. Next slide, please. And this is the fund balance discussion that we had at the work session. We currently have $31 million in fund balance. The county government has a policy that allows 8 to 15% of the operating budget to be held in fund balance. We currently have 7.6%. Excuse me. Anne Arundel, Calvert, Prince George's, and St. Mary's counties have fund balances in amounts of 6.2 to 12.6%. So our current funding is at a level that is comparable with other jurisdictions in Maryland. All right, so here is a slide that Mike Heim put together as far as on the activity bus cost estimates. So he projected that it would cost $1.2 million based on the increases to the bus contract that have occurred since 2013. What he has priced out is 25 buses split between the 7 high schools, 2 daily departures for each bus, 4 days a week for 38 weeks. He has the updated driver wages, fuel, maintenance, etc. So his estimate is that it would cost us $1.2 million. I don't know, do you want me to run through the rest of it? And then as far as there was a request on the Nanjemoy Creek.
Yeah, there's another presentation on board docs that addresses that.
Yes, the documents are up there on the others that were presented.
That up to the public.
I'm sorry, I didn't see the activity bus on here.
It's at the end of the PowerPoint.
Last slide, slide 30.
Oh, okay, I was looking at the attachment.
Yes, sorry.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, while we're on the activity bus, is that, okay, so it's 4 days a week, 2 buses, 2 daily departures. So I'm looking for Mr. Heim.
He abandoned me.
Yeah, he knew I was going to ask a question. Now he has the walk of shame down the ramp. So, thank you, Mr. Heim. So, if there was only, as an example, 1 departure a day, or if there's 2 departures a day, but only 2 days a week, could you kind of scale that cost proportionally to that? Or there's some fixed costs associated with having the bus, and then there's a mileage and things like that, so.
Sure, so if you scaled it back to 1 departure a day, instead of the 2 departure days, you could cut that amount in half, because you'd be cutting the amount of time in half, and you'd also be counting the amount of mileage in half as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry,
Hi, I'm Charlie. I'm representing
Yeah.
Lackey. I was just thinking about how our school is located in such a rural area. I think it would be extremely beneficial to have these activity buses, because it is very difficult for parents to drive out and pick their kids up or take them to their activities. I think it would be extremely beneficial and allow more kids to actually participate, because many aren't able to participate in activities at all because it's so difficult to get to the school or get home from the school.
So I would just like to remind the public and students and the board, it's been a number of years since we ran activity buses, and we did run those activity buses. Those buses do not run like your to and from to school. So When we had them in operation up until 2013, they do not go to every neighborhood. So we set up depots, and then we have, in case it doesn't go to a single house who's not within a neighborhood, or we just can't cover all the neighborhoods for all schools during that time. So we set up depots. So just keep it in mind. It would not be school-to-door service. In a number of those cases, parents are still coming to an area, a depot area, away from the school to pick up students. So, you know, the numbers that were formulated was based upon having depots and not being able to cover every neighborhood like we do getting kids to and from school for the normal course of the school day.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Heim. Mr. Hurd.
Thank you, Mr. Heim, for putting these numbers together. I just wanted to express to board members that I feel very strongly about this program. I know we used to have it, and then it was cut for budget purposes with the understanding that someday it would come back. I hope that someday is soon, because when I've spoken to students, it's kind of heartbreaking. At the CCASC General Assembly, one of the things I asked them is I said, raise your hand if you have a friend who can't go to a club with you because they don't have a ride home. And nearly every hand rose. And so I think we can get it in our heads that, you know, okay, this is a subset of our student population. But when we have all of those hands going up, it doesn't matter how good our clubs are. It doesn't matter how many opportunities we have. If students can't take advantage of those because of their socioeconomic status or their home life, you know, I say, what are we doing all this for in the first place? And so I would highly urge my fellow board members to consider this. And I know the point was made about scaling it back. If we have to start small, I mean, at least we're starting somewhere. But I think right now we're looking for new and innovative solutions to address our students' disconnect with our school system over the pandemic. I think maybe the solution is an old one. So I would raise that point to my fellow board members.
I would also like to add, with the one departure, you would definitely have to be, there had to be a lot of coordination between teachers who are either doing after-school tutoring or who are sponsoring a club, and including the teams in athletics. Typically, and that's why when the activities ran, as they had previously done, we had the 2 departure times, because typically someone who was staying for tutoring or was staying for a club, the length of those activities was not as long as athletics. So, for example, if I'm staying for a club and the club only goes for 45 minutes, but your athletic teams are practicing, and typically those practices go for 2 hours, you have some coverage and supervision issues. So if that activity ends before the other teams and other activities that are running, and you have a, let's just say, a 5 o'clock departure time, but with schools dismissing it at 2:15 for the most part, with the exception of North Point at 2:50, and the activity only goes for 45 minutes, you might be done around 3:30 or 4 o'clock, and then you have to have, just for something to keep in mind, then you have some kids sitting around with nothing to do, and they have to be supervised during those times. So just keep it in mind when, you know, as we start to scale back, it can greatly hinder the ability as far as what types of activities that are offered, and coming up with that coordination and collaboration to come up with a time to try to fit for, you know, as many of the students' needs as possible.
Thank you for that comment. Another question, if, so again, just using your 1.2 million as a baseline, if you're to do everything that is pointed out there, except do it 2 days a week instead of 4 days a week, would that cost then be cut in half?
It would definitely, it would reduce your cost, but keep in mind, you know, your greatest number of participants, and not to minimize, you know, other clubs and activities, but your greatest number of participants at the high school are with athletics. And we looked at those numbers back when activity buses ran. The majority of the participants who rode the bus this time were involved in athletics. So athletics, you know, they practice and they have games 5 days a week. So if you're talking about the, you know, limiting people to go out and participate in those sports, yes, I can get home 2 of the 5 days of the week or 2 of the 4 days of the week that activity bus is offered, but what do I do about the other times? So I understand we want to keep costs in mind, but when you start cutting costs, then you also cut the ability of all students to participate in the number of times that activity, whether it be a sport or just any other type of club or activity, is offered.
All right, thank you very much for that. Yes.
I would like to add the point of safety. I know a lot of students after school, if they don't have a ride, sometimes they'll get an Uber or a Lyft to take them home, which could be very unsafe getting in a car that you don't know. I've also known kids to walk across major roads, walk across Route 6, 301, just to get home from a sports practice. So if we offer an option that makes our students safer, so they aren't doing risky things to get home in order to do a club.
Okay. Thank you. I actually have a question for Mr. Schwartz since he's here. So we have several things that the board asked to see. Is it best that we defer any potential modification to the budget till this evening?
So the board is being asked to adopt its budget as an action item tonight. So any discussion can occur now, of course, but the final action will be taken at the action item tonight. You can certainly vote to amend the budget at this time or even this evening, but at some point today, we're looking for final action.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, thank you. Any other questions on activity buses before we go on? Ms. Abel?
So I was here before when we had activity buses, and I was part of the board that had the unfortunate task of cutting the activity buses in order to make the budget work. Activity buses, I hear from the students and the parents the need for those, but they are extras. I consider them like perks for extracurricular activities, when the main focus should be on the academics. Looking at this budget and some of the other items, looking at the counselors that are needed to get us down to the mental health counselors, to get us down to the ratio for 250 students per counselor, I would be much more inclined to put the money there than spend it on activity buses.
Thank you, Ms. Abel. Mr. Hancock?
Thank you, Chairman Lucas. And I just kind of want to reiterate along the lines of what Ms. Abel said. I certainly do believe there is a need for activity buses for sure. But when you look at a price tag of $1.2 million and the reality of trying to get our current budget funded close to what we're asking for, it's a lot of money, and we have a lot of needs that need to be met. As important as activity buses are, and I believe they are, I believe there are more important things that we are going to have a very hard time funding as it is. And that's just my opinion.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hancock. Okay, seeing no other questions here, let's Acton. Oh,
Okay.
I'm sorry. Sorry, please, student board member.
I just wanted to mention, along with what the other students have been saying, activity buses could be a good chance for us to get out, have extracurriculars while also addressing safety. But also there has been a certain disconnect between students and their school. There's no school pride. And if we allowed school activity buses, more students would be able to be at school, possibly enhancing that school pride, which I believe could cause a negative correlation between fighting and kids in school, because I've talked to a lot of my classmates from St. Charles, and they feel like they don't really know the people they're going to school with. If we had activity buses, which would be an expansion upon our already had activities, that could lead to a better school connection between the students and the school, and maybe, make it easier, decrease the number of fights we're having.
Thank you for that. Okay, Ms. Acton.
Okay, on board docs, you'll see a document that Mr. Lowndes put together with the additional requested information. We were requested to price out if we were to offer field trips to Nanjemoy Creek Environmental Education Center for those that missed it during the pandemic. That totals $93,300. We also have information on that document that answers the question of if we were to provide summer school, elementary and secondary summer school for all the farm students, what would that cost be? For elementary, it was 2.7 million, and for secondary, it's 2.8 million.
Okay.
And he does also have in that document, as Ms. Abel referenced, information on the ratio of counselors. Yes.
Any other questions from board members? So, Ms. Wilson.
Just thank you for taking the time. I know this is a busy part of the year for these additions, and your work is greatly appreciated.
You're welcome.
Very much so. So this will come back, as Mr. Schwartz said, we're voting on the budget tonight, so you have some time to think about any questions and any potential suggestions for modifications. All right, thanks, Ms.
Okay.
Ackman.
Thank you.
We are scheduled for a break at this time. Let's come back at 2:50. 2:50. Welcome back, everyone. Mr. Hahn?
Good afternoon, everyone. Today I'm joined by Steve Andritz, who's our Director of Planning and Construction. We had posted board docs for the public and for the board to view, and we are here today to give an oral report on the project status update. First of all, we had received information on January 16th from the IAC, and that is the group at the state who's involved in allocating school construction funding for the 24 LEAs around the state. And just to remind us, I guess a gently reminder from them, they wanted to reiterate that we should be expecting that 10-year average, and for Charles County Public Schools, that 10-year average, which they are forecasting that to be over the next several years through FY25 and through FY26, is around $9.1 million. And that's based on $280 million being allocated around the state. So if that $280 million, or the total amount around the state is less than the $280 million, our $1.9 million would be less based on the total available funding around the state. Also, I'd like to give an update. We had a question at a previous board meeting regarding the McDonough field turf. We were going to be replacing the natural surface at McDonough High School with an artificial surface, field turf. You see being more commonly used around the state and around the country for some of the high school fields. We are still in the middle of that permitting process, so we anticipate receiving final permitting approval to proceed with construction in late April or early May. So we had staff last week who had a meeting with Mrs. Pam Thornton, who is the athletic director over at McDonough High School, to let her know that she would be able to begin the spring season with the use of that field as long as conditions are playable on that field. And keep in mind, we are replacing that field because of concerns with drainage there. So if we have a dry spring, I think they would be able to get and host a number of home games before construction begins. Actual construction would take approximately 3 months for construction. So as soon as that permit is in place, we would get started with that project. So she is aware if we get the permit, in late April before the spring season is over, she would need to relocate some games because, again, we would want to get that project started because we would not want to have any potential delays with start, but also any weather issues that could arise could delay construction to make sure that we meet the fall deadline for the start of fall athletics. And one other positive thing, the Brown Open Space Enclosure Project is progressing well, so we anticipate, barring any unforeseen issues, that project will be completed in time to make sure that staff is able to move resources and things back into Brown from the transition school. but also free up the transition school so we could move TC Martin in there for their projected 2-year renovation. And then lastly, we have several projects that are in the process of either out to bid or are going to be soon have bids closing them. So Mr. Andritz will touch on a few of those projects.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mike. The first project I want to talk about is the Barbering Program, which is a tenant fit-out space project at the Steedham Center. Bids are actually due tomorrow on that, so we'll have an idea what those look like. That is a project that we've requested year-end funds to pay for the construction of that. We're looking to get started on that immediately because of all the delays that are out there and lead time issues with materials, to make sure that this is a ready space for next school year, because this is a CTE pathway that they're accepting students for. So that is going through our 2 on-call design build contractors, and again, we expect those prices tomorrow, so we'll have an idea what that looks like. The next project is the McDonough Performing Arts Safety, Security, and Circulation Project. The bids are actually due on that on Thursday this week, so we'll have an idea what that number looks like. That is a project that is jointly funded through the Built to Learn funding coming through MSA, which is just acting as a funding authority for us on that, as well as the local county CIP funding. Then we have next week 2 full-day kindergarten projects at Malcolm and Ryan. Bids opening on the 15th and the 17th for those. Those are also funded through Built to Learn money through MSA and local CIP funds. And then the final project I want to mention is we are going to be bidding, starting in mid-March, the full renovation project modernization at TC Martin. So that will be going through as well with an anticipated start of construction date, basically the beginning of July. As Mr. Heim mentioned, we'll have to move the folks out of there to the transition school to then start preparations for demolition and asbestos abatement and things that have to happen prior to really getting busy on the project. So just a quick update of a few of the projects that we're actively really working on for things going starting this summer. So with that, we'll turn it over for questions.
Ms. McGraw.
Just real quick, do we already have funding for the renovation for TC Martin?
We have a commitment from the county for the local CIP funding coming up in FY23, which starts in July. And we have been given the first approval from the state. Our request was for $10.2 million this year in construction funding. At the December IAC meeting, they approved $890,000 or $860,000. Doesn't seem like much, but it's the commitment that will lock it in and move it forward. They were projecting that through their additional approvals, because that first funding in December is only the 75% funding level. They were anticipating that by the time they got to the 100% funding level, they were going to put $2.6 million into the TC Martin project. And that's what we have officially sort of on paper from them. There's been some discussions with staff at the IEC that there's more money available based on the governor's budget. And so we should expect a larger number, but they're not giving us any hard figures on that yet. But yes, we do. Long answer, but yes, we do have funding.
Thank you very much.
In some of those situations, in past experience, the county has stepped up to the plate and they've helped forward fund some of the state share, and then we get that on the back end. But one of the problems with that, and we've talked about that, is that a prime example that is Eva Turner Elementary School. That renovation was complete this summer, and that building is now occupied by students and staff, but we are still receiving money from the state even though that project is completed, because of the fact that the county forward funded some of the state share, and then we get the state share on the back end. So it's not an ideal situation, but it gives us the ability to start those projects and move forward with them.
Good. Thanks.
I had a question, Mr. Heim. You mentioned that we should expect on average for the next 10 years $9.1 million per with IAC. So that is for all of our CIP efforts to include new school construction?
That is, and just remember, as was pointed out during the last information, I believe it was the budget, the board work session we had at the end of January. We're set to receive probably 9.1, but our ask was $47 million this year, and in previous years it's been as high as $54 million. So our ask is always exceeded
what the amount that we're going to get.
So I'm just looking at that number, and you may not know off the top of your head, but we looked about a year ago to study the impact of the changes that the county commissioners made to the APFO, and what would that mean in terms of increased student enrollment and hence the need to build new schools. And if memory serves me correctly, that number inside of 10 years was hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yes.
Do you remember a little more accurately what that was?
Off the top of my head, I do not remember the exact number, but yes, it was well into the hundreds of million dollars.
I thought it was one school at each level. That's what I would remember, which would certainly be in excess of $200 million, and we're only getting $9 million a year. It's not a very rosy picture.
The other footnote I would add to that is that doesn't include any special projects that are special funding sources that are out there. So there are recurring special funding sources such as ASP, which is the Aging Schools Program, which Charles County gets, I think, a $52,000 per year. There are security grant monies that are available from time to time. We now qualify for the EGRC grant, which is the Enrollment Growth and Relocatables Capacity. And those are add-ons that would be on top. Any of those kinds of things are add-ons that would be on top of that 9.1 million. But they're not going to push us from 9.1 million to 20 million. EGRC by far is the biggest one of those. And right now this year, EGRC is adding $1.7 million to our total available this year.
But to your point, Ms. Lucas, yes, it does force us into making some tough decisions in terms of what to prioritize. So, we've talked about one of the projects that's going to be, moving forward, and that's through the Healthy Schools Grant, but it was originally on our CIP, was the John Hanson roof replacement. And that had been on our CI request for years. But again, it forces us to make some tough decisions. Do we do the Eva Turner renovation? Do we do the Benjamin Stoddard renovation and expansion, which is increasing capacity? Do we build a new elementary school such as Billingsley? So that Hanson roof replacement was on there going back to when we had decided to move forward with Billingsley Elementary School. So when you have a limited pool, and I think and they're telling you that, so I think maybe come to the state with less requests, and you try to do some of those systemic renovations on your own, and maybe just come to the state for new school construction or major renovations.
Right, thank you. Any more questions from board members? All right, gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Schwartz.
Good afternoon. I'm here for my monthly legislative update. I posted on board docs several of the bills I'm going to be discussing with links to those bills. I'll address those bills, and if you have any questions about those or other bills, feel free to ask those as well. The first bill I'm going to talk about is Senate Bill 379, Caroline County, Charles County, and Prince George's County Boards of Education, removal of a member. What this bill does is addresses when a board member has to be removed for the reasons stated in law, either misconduct in office or willful neglect of duty or immorality. That recommendation is presented to the State Board of Education. The State Board of Education decides if the board member should be removed. And for the three counties listed in this bill, Caroline, Charles, and Prince George's County, once the State Board decides to remove the member, the governor then would have to give approval for that removal. Those are the only three counties in the state where that provision about the governor having any part to play is in law. So what this bill does is removes the governor from the process so that a board member can be removed by the State Board of Education directly, and the governor has no role to play. This bill then aligns Charles County, Caroline County, and Prince George's County with the rest of the state. House Bill 739 is a bill dealing with a work group to study the fiscal and operational viability of a public-private partnership for Charles County Public Schools. This bill was put in at the request of the county commissioners. It would create a work group to make recommendations concerning the public-private partnership for new school construction and maintenance and rehabilitation of schools to meet the identified needs at a lower cost. This public-private partnership currently exists in Prince George's County, so what the commissioners want is to look at it for Charles County. Membership of the work group would include 2 senators, 2 delegates, 2 commissioners, 2 boards of education members, 2 board of education members from this board, the chair of the IAC or designee, and also the executive director of MSA, the Maryland Stadium Authority, or designee. The work group will be staffed by our staff, Charles County Public School staff. The recommendations would be reported back by the end of December of this year. It's a quick turnaround. House Bill 797, County Boards of Education Student Membership Alterations. This bill would amend the law for across the state concerning student board members of education, for board members of local boards of education, including our student member, to require that each board have a student member. A lot of the boards of education currently do not have a voting student member at all. But the bill would require every board to have a voting student member, and that student member could vote on all matters except for certificated employee suspensions and terminations. So that exceeds what our student members' authority currently is. It exceeds what most student members in the state currently can vote on. And for those counties that don't have any student member at all who can vote, this would require that voting member for that board as well. Senate Bill 410, Teachers' Retirement and Pension Systems Reemployment, would allow retired teachers, substitutes, teacher mentors, and principals to be rehired by a school system without penalty to the individual employee's retirement. Currently, we can rehire retirees, but if they come back to work for us, they're penalized for their retirement because they're earning a salary and their retirement at the same time. This bill would allow them to earn the salary without any penalty to their retirement, only for 2 years, but nonetheless for the next 2 years, which could help us with some of our vacancies. And the last bill I want to mention is Senate Bill 362, Primary and Secondary Education Virtual Schools Revisions. This bill would set standards and limitations on the creation of virtual schools. It's only addressing virtual schools and not virtual programs. So we offer in Charles County, we have some virtual programs for students, some virtual options, but that's not what this is talking about. This is talking about the creation of a virtual school, which is currently allowed under law. This bill would revise those provisions concerning virtual schools and would affect both our option to create a virtual school moving forward, but also across the state. It's affecting those school systems that currently have virtual schools. Those are just 5 of the more than 1,600 bills that are currently in Annapolis. MABE and PZAM are closely following bills that affect public education. Those reports are online if you're looking for information from them. Mr. Lucas and Ms. Brown also serve on MABE's legislative committee, and if you have any questions, I can certainly address them at this time.
Questions? Ms. Battle-Lockhart?
I just have a question about the virtual schools, just for clarity. You stated it didn't apply to programs, but if you have a virtual school that offers programs, would it not affect the program? Well, not really affect the program. You would have to expand it. And so I don't know. Maybe provide a little bit more clarity on that for me.
Sure. The current law allows school systems to create a virtual school. That school has to be proposed to the State Board of Education, State Department of Education, who gives final approval for that school. That's a separate process to create a virtual school than it is to create virtual options for students that were done through COVID and since COVID has been here. We have virtual options for students where students aren't coming to school. They can go through their virtual program. They're still enrolled in Charles County Public Schools and in their home school, but they're participating in a virtual option. Virtual schools are different. They are schools where the students are enrolled directly in that school. It's created through approval by MSDE. Several boards of education have virtual schools now. We don't. There is a virtual school, for example, on the Eastern Shore that we were hearing about yesterday at the MABE Legislative Committee meeting that involved 8 of the 9 shore counties, where all the counties participate in that one school. So there is an option for virtual schooling that this bill particularly addresses, and it creates standards and would affect how those schools are approved and what those schools can offer and what options have to be offered to students within those schools. It's a concerning bill in a sense because it really is prescriptive, and we're trying to avoid having so many prescriptions, details thrown at us when we're trying to create a virtual school.
Okay, thank you for providing clarity.
Ms. Wilson?
Going back to the feasibility study for private-public partnership, has anyone from the county staff or from the legislative, our representatives, have they interacted with us as far as getting input on that bill?
Not from me. I know that we were informed that the commissioners were looking at this option for proposal to their delegation, but since the bill's been filed, I have not heard any direct contact. I'm turning to Mr. Heim to see if he has received anything.
We're aware that there's, public interest from some of the commissioners on the P3s, but we've not had any direct talks with them or provided or had the opportunity to provide any feedback. The only interactions we have had go back several years ago under the suggestion of Commissioner President Mr. Collins. We did have a meeting with a group from North Carolina who had done a couple P3 partnerships in North Carolina schools. And then Mr. Andritz, our Director of Planning and Construction, he has had a meeting with folks, with a staff member from Prince George's County, who's the director who oversees their P3 partnership. And then we've been unsuccessful. We did have a meeting set up, again, this was under the urging of one of the commissioners, with former State Senator Mac Middleton, who's involved with a group called Cornerstone, to have a discussion about P3s. We had a meeting set up in January, and that had to be canceled due to some unforeseen circumstances. And we've been trying to reset that up to find a mutual date, but we've not been successful in getting a mutual date. But in terms of, to answer your question, have we provided any direct feedback or what are potential pros and cons of P3s? We've not had that opportunity.
And I would I'm just expressing my opinion about this matter. I welcome the opportunity to have a discussion to weigh the pros and cons, and I'm just afraid that there's a little bit of ambition of putting gas on this and pushing this rather hard. And welcome, encourage collaboration, not only on this bill, but other bills that affect education. And I'm curious to know, they are requesting 2 senators. So I'm aware that we in Charles County are represented by 1.
Charles County actually has 2 senators. Senator Jackson has the northern part.
Jackson and
Senator Ellis.
Okay.
Those individuals, of course, aren't named in the bill, but the bill does say that the 2 senators who are appointed by the President of the Senate would be based on the recommendation of the chair of the Charles County Senate delegation. So it's very likely that the Senate delegation senator would then appoint the 2 Charles County senators.
And we have to weigh all the possible options, because this is, school construction is extremely expensive. But I just feel like a lot of folks are leaning forward towards one direction, and I think at some point, sooner versus later, that there needs to be a healthy discussion about the pros and the cons of this. So I look forward to hearing about it, because I think we do have to entertain the options. I'm also aware that there is a work group between the county commissioners and us, involving us, about school construction. So one would think a presentation from the work group would lay all of this out, and then you would introduce legislation. So I'm leaning towards curiosity and welcome collaboration, and I look forward for seeing the pros and cons of this option.
And we agree as a staff that we are open to alternative funding sources and ways that we can make sure that we can meet enrollment growth, whether it be additions or new school construction. But I would like to echo a sentiment of Mr. Swartz. The timeline that is being proposed, having a proposal or a plan completed before December, I think that is very adventurous. So I would be a little bit hesitant with the proposed time frame that is being offered, and coming up with a plan.
Recognizing, as we discussed earlier, Mr. Hahn, this is an election year, so anybody who's appointed to the work group may not be still in their positions starting that in January. So I think that's why they wanted to get something back by December, but the concern there is why an election year? Why are we doing it now when we can wait till the new elected members come in next year who would be then voting on an actual bill? Why don't you let them study it? Nonetheless, this bill is in this year.
And hence, Mr. Warts, the reason why you reach out from one governing body to the other, and you have these conversations before you introduce legislation. And so I'm, again, promoting and encouraging, conversation.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. I did have a question, and also for you, Mr. Schwartz, and to the rest of the board members regarding Senate Bill 379. Mr. Ellis's office reached out, and I forwarded that information to the rest of the board. Is it your opinion that we should take a position on this?
Certainly the board can take a position on the bill if they'd like. I reached out to the Prince George's County Board of Education to see if they're taking a position. I had heard that they were not taking any position on this bill. This bill really has very little effect on us in a sense, because it's really the governor who's losing the authority. The removal process for removing a board member would remain the same, and then if this bill were to pass, would align with the rest of the state. The only change is the governor would not have the final say, and so it's a political issue with why is the governor involved in local board members anyway. Removing him from the process would then align with the rest of the state. So the effect on the board, if you think there's any, you can certainly take a position. There's not really too much of an effect.
Just so board members are aware, and I think I relayed this, that Senator Ellis's office wanted to meet and/or have our opinion. So if it's the will of the board, we will do one or none of those things. Ms. Brown?
I prefer not to take a position on this bill. There was no discussion with us about this bill, and we're not affected in the first place by it. I think Prince George's County has members of their board that are placed by the governor. We don't. Ours are elected.
That's a very good point. Yeah.
And if you have been following state board action, there were several board members in Prince George's County who were recommended for removal to the State Board of Education just recently. The State Board of Education in the last month basically dismissed those charges against those board members. But it's in my knowledge, no Charles County Board of Education member has ever been recommended to the State Board for removal going back to the beginning of the board.
Okay. So just for board's information, I'll respond back and copy board members individually that the board has no opinion. Any other questions on this or anything else? Okay. Next on your list, Mr. Schwartz.
Next item on my list is the State Board of Education mask mandate, and Ms. Mackey is pulling up the website, the presentation that is on our website. Go to the first slide. The State Board of Education adopted a mask mandate last year, and that mask mandate initially was to expire this month. So in December of 2021, the State Board adopted a new version of that mask mandate. In December 2021, what it does is continually mandate masks to be worn by all individuals in public school buildings. That emergency regulation, again, it's an emergency regulation because they adopted it very quickly. It wasn't some longer process they usually take for regulations. The emergency regulation was approved by the Maryland General Assembly's Joint Committee on Administrative, Executive, and Legislative Review, AELR. That's a part of the process to make sure the regulation complies with state law. The AELR committee did approve the regulation as written. The regulation is now in effect and will remain in effect for the rest of this school year. And what it does is again, mandate that masks be worn by individuals in school buildings, but it does allow local boards of education and local school systems to lift the mask mandate for the school system or individual schools based on one of three off-ramps, they're called. You go to the next slide. So I'm going to go over what these off-ramps are in some detail. The first off-ramp allows a local board of education to eliminate a mask mandate in schools if at least 80% of the county's population is fully vaccinated for COVID-19. That fully vaccinated determination is made by the local health department and the state health department. And if you go to the website, and Ms. Mackey is going to pull up the website where you can find that information. If you go to the Maryland Health Department website, and at the very top, along the top, about halfway across the page, there's vaccine data, which is already clicked here, but that's where you click. And then this page comes up, and about a third of the way down the page, there's a chart that talks about vaccinations administered by date. And if you click on that little arrow there, there's a map that comes up that shows the percentage of each county that's fully vaccinated. So if you go down to Charles County that Ms. Mackey just did, or if you expand that map, you'll see that Charles County is about, my eyes look at 62, and I'm sorry, I can't read it from here, but it's not 80%. It's 66%, is that what that is? Yeah, so we're not close to 80%. As a matter of fact, if you look around the state, there aren't any school systems that have hit, any counties, I'm sorry, that have hit that 80% fully vaccinated rate, except for one. And the one is Howard County, which is at 80%. The Howard County Board of Education then has the authority under this off-ramp to lift the mask regulation in their county. That Board of Education has to take the vote directly at a public meeting, as we would if we had had 80%. The Howard County Board of Education is scheduled to meet on this Thursday to actually address that very issue. So it's going to be interesting for the rest of the state to watch what Howard County Board of Education does. So that's the first off-ramp. The second off-ramp allows the local superintendent, again, not the board, but local superintendent, to remove the mask mandate at any school or facility with confirmation that 80% of non-exempt students and staff have been fully vaccinated. This mask mandate off-ramp won't be used in Charles County because we don't track who has and has not been vaccinated in our schools. Some school systems have, they can use that 80%. We have not. So that second off-ramp is not applicable to Charles County. The third off-ramp is that the local superintendent, again, local superintendent, not the board, can lift the requirement if the county has reported 14 consecutive days of moderate or low transmission rate of COVID-19 cases as reported by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC. I have here on the presentation a link to that website. Excuse me. And if you pull up, that's for Charles County, and we are at high transmission rate. So if we have 14 consecutive days of moderate or low transmission rate, then the local superintendent can decide to lift the mask mandate countywide. The state board's emergency regulation also says, by the way, that if that lifting of the mask mandate based on low transmission rate or moderate transmission rate over 14 days, if that happens and the superintendent lifts the mask mandate, the regulations say that the mask mandate has to be reinstated if the county then has 14 consecutive days of substantial or higher transmission. So it can go back and forth. All of these off-ramps, these three I mentioned, but the two that we could use, either the local board eliminating it based on 80% of the county being vaccinated, or 14 days of low or moderate transmission rate, and the superintendent can take action. Those are established in state regulations. We don't have the authority as local board of education to ignore or change that regulation. We must abide by it. We don't have to take action if we hit the 80%, but we can if we want to. It's our option. But we don't have option to do it earlier than that as a board of education. The other thing I want to mention is even if we could lift the mask mandate in our schools based on one of these off-ramps, there's still a federal mandate that students wear masks on school buses, and that is still in effect. So even if students weren't required to wear them in the schools, they'd have to wear them on the school buses until the federal government lifts that federal mandate. So with that, I will open up to any questions.
Ms. Abel?
Yes, I just have a question. If you know the answer, which I'm sure you probably do, what is the difference in the numbers from CDC versus Maryland Department of Health? Why is there such great variation in their numbers?
It's, I can't answer that, actually. My understanding is the local Department of Health bases their numbers from what the state provides, and the state bases this numbers off what CDC provides. So there may be a delay in the way it's reported, but those numbers should be in line, and I'm not sure why they wouldn't be.
Okay, so just pulling up February 7th, there's a great discrepancy between Maryland Department of Health and CDC.
Right.
So, but we have to go by CDC.
So the first off-ramp, which is what the Board of Education can rely on, the 80% of the county, is based on the health department's number. The third off-ramp is based on the CDC number. So the State Board of Education somehow recognized or just determined that there was some reason why one was health department, one was CDC.
And could you repeat again? So the CDC provides to the state health department?
The numbers should flow back and forth. So the numbers that we provide to the local health department provides to the state provides the CDC, and there might be some lag there in what the CDC is reporting. But ultimately, the CDC is responsible for reporting nationwide on vaccination rates, on COVID cases. So I'm not an expert actually on how this is reported and how this is actually done.
The CDC numbers are a lot higher than the Department of Health numbers.
Right, and I don't know why.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Hancock.
Thank you, Chairman Lucas, and thank you, Mr. Schwartz. I just have one question, and then I would like to speak on something. So the question I have, it says here, this is in effect until the end of this current school year. Is there an actual date on that, or?
There is. It's and I don't have the date in my head. It's 180 days from when the regulations were filed. So the regulation was adopted in December 7th. They were filed with the AELR committee, and the AELR committee approved them later, I think, in December. So it's from that time, and it goes until June. So my wording of it's in effect till the rest of the school year is pretty accurate. It's going to be in effect till the rest of the school year, and I'm not sure the exact end date, but there are emergency regulations that can only stay in effect for 180 days. The State Board of Education has the authority, of course, to come back at any point to either adopt permanent regulations or to change or lift the emergency regulations, and that can happen anytime this school year as well if conditions change.
Thank you. Thank you. And I appreciate that. And I just want to say a few things since we're on the topic. You know, we're pretty much going into year number 3 of this. And a lot of times people focus on just the mask issue of being something that is dealt with in schools. And that's something we as a board don't have a lot of control over because of what the state is requiring. But there are things we do have control over. And as we go into this third year, I think we really need to take a close look at what we have been doing, and we have to ask ourselves, is what we're doing having a worse effect on students than the actual virus is? You look at the things at closing schools, the no concession stands at sporting events. Gosh, you were a freshman the last time there was a school prom, and you're a senior now. A normal graduation, parents volunteering at schools. There's a lot of things that we do have control over. And I look at my students and my own kids, and they're handling it well, but their childhood has not been anything remotely close to mine, and it's concerning. And I hear from people from all over that have those same concerns. And there are things that we do have control over to bring some normalcy back into our school building, the mask issue being probably the least of those, but also it's a major issue, but there are things that we can control, and I do think we need to have that discussion in-house relatively soon of how do we, ask ourselves what we are doing. Is it making things better, or is it making things worse? And just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Mr. Hurd?
I just have some questions. I'm trying to figure out the overlap with the state's policy. So the state's policy, the mask mandate, so does that cover outdoor venues like the football stadiums?
I'd have to go back and look exactly how it's worded. It's typically indoors. I can, again, go back to the actual regulation to read what it covers. It's a school facility is any enclosed structure that is owned, leased, or operated by the school, so it's enclosed. No, it does not apply to outdoors.
So my second question, I'm just trying to figure out, you know, if we're completely barred from this or if we do have authority over this. So speaking of like prom, we use outside venues, same thing with Regency. So does this treat that as the school system operating those buildings, or is there some gap where we would have authority over a mask mandate in those cases?
So a couple things. If it's a school event, then we would apply this mask mandate. If it's in a local jurisdiction, that say Prince George's County or another local jurisdiction, and I don't know every county's rules, if that local jurisdiction requires indoor masks, I know DC, for example, requires indoor masks, then of course you would have to comply with that mask mandate as well if the prom were physically in that location. So we would not have the authority to lift the mask mandate if it were, again, a prom was being held in DC or another county that requires the masks.
So, okay, I'm just trying to get the clarification. So, for example, you know, there is a school venue in St. Mary's County. They don't have a mask mandate, and there's a school dance there. In that situation, does this regulation cover it? You know, this board has no authority over the mask mandate. There has to be a mask mandate because it's a school event.
I'm turning to Mr. Jones. We had discussed this very issue, whether we would require the masks, and I don't know if that means we have the authority to lift it for those events. So I'm going to have Mr. Jones come up. And in the meantime, I'm going to look at the state regulation as you're talking to make sure I'm not misstating it.
Well, I hope I say the same thing you're going to find. So no, the way we have planned and viewed this is that when our students would leave our county, that they would still follow the directive that we give here. And so, for example, when they go on field trips, when they go wherever they may go, we expect our students to still, because they're still under our jurisdiction at that time. And so if our students, for example, were going to go to an event that was sponsored at a different school in St. Mary's or wherever you said, you know, we would still expect our students to wear a mask because that's what we do here. Now, enforcing it, you know, depending on how many students are there, that could be a challenge, but we wouldn't take the expectation away at this point. That question came up when some of our schools were asking about doing their prom events at a location that's outside of the county. Again, it being a school-sponsored event, that'll be the expectation at this point, and we will see how it goes.
So just so I'm clear, so regardless of where that event took place, be it a school or a private facility, since it's a school-sponsored event, the expectation from your position is that they would still need a mask?
Correct. As long as that's our expectation for Charles County Public Schools at this point, yes.
Yeah. Ms. Sable?
I was going to give Eric a break for a second while he's still looking. If you could clarify, how was the Virginia governor allowed to remove the mandate, and is that something possible here in Maryland?
I don't blame Dr. Jones for running on that. So the Virginia laws are different, of course, than Maryland. So the authority of the governor of Virginia is different than the authority of the governor in Maryland. But I will say in Maryland, the State Board of Education has the authority to adopt regulation that applies to all local boards of education that we have to follow. We can't ignore it. That regulation is considered law for Maryland, even though it's only adopted by the State Board of Education. So in my view, I don't think the governor would have the authority to unilaterally lift that mask mandate in Maryland. Unlike in Virginia, and I'm not a Virginia attorney, and I not a member of the bar, so I can't give legal advice there, but I can say in Maryland, the governor has to follow the state regulations. He cannot unilaterally lift them. There may be some exceptions in states of emergency, but the issue for him would be that it'd be weird for him to declare an emergency, then say the emergency doesn't apply. So I think the governor won't come out and overrule the state board. Now, if the governor wants to remove the mask mandate, I think what he could do is either ask the state board to revisit this and to lift it. I'm not sure he could direct them to do so, but I think he would ask them to do so. And I don't think he would do that unless he knew that they would comply with that directive. So if he comes out tomorrow and says, I'm lifting the mask mandate for schools, I would think that the State Board of Education would then decide if they're going to continually enforce that regulation or not. So it still comes back to the State Board of Education.
Thank you.
So,
One
more thing I'd like to say, please. So, and I appreciate all my fellow board members' comments, and it goes without saying we all like to get to a place where no one's wearing a mask. And to Mr. Hancock's point, I think those are good questions. What are we sacrificing, and trying to quantify that's hard. But the other thing we have to remember is that we've got thousands of people that work in the schools every day, and we've already heard how they're being taxed with having to use their leave, and if there was an uptick, which one might expect, the hardship associated with that, much less the learning loss, because if you had just 5% of your teachers that had to be away from school for a while, those are all things that we need to consider. But I agree with Mr. Hancock. I think if we can think of things to do to provide that social interaction that we all know is important in a kid's development, then maybe that's something we ought to consider. So thank you.
And just as a final word, I appreciate that comment. I will also say again that the State Board of Education regulations that are in place are mandated upon us. We can't go beyond them and lift the mask mandate unilaterally without following them. So we are locked in, and I know there's some individuals in the public who want us to make the decision today to lift the mask mandate. We're not allowed to do that because we haven't met any of the off-ramps yet. Just make that point.
Right. Thank you. And Ms. Abel?
Playing devil's advocate, what would happen if we did?
So if we did, then it would be brought back to the board at a public meeting, and the board would make the determination just on that first off-ramp, the 80% of the county being vaccinated.
No, I mean, if we were to go against MSDE and vote to take the mask off today, what would the repercussions be?
The State Board of Education, the state superintendent can determine that we're violating state law and could withhold funding. Now, that's a strict reading of the law. I don't think that's the first thing the state superintendent would do. I think the state superintendent would call our superintendent and say, make sure you're enforcing the regulation. But nonetheless, that's the ultimate authority that the state has over us is the funding.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments before we move on? Sorry, Ms. Battle-Lockhart.
I just wanted to just piggyback and share the same sentiments as David and Mike, because as we all know, we're gonna have to find a way to live with this thing because it's not going anywhere. So I can appreciate the fact that we are starting to have the conversation of looking or starting to look at ways of creating a sense of normalcy for our kids, because I see it every day as an educator. It's almost like it sucked the life out of them, and as well as our educators, because I'm one of those ones that get the life sucked out of me. But I am the adult in the room. The kids, I'm as an adult is put forth to try to make the best learning environment as I possibly can. However, what can we do? And that's the conversations that we need to have. What can we do within the confines of the off-ramps or no off-ramps, to start easing back a sense of normalcy? So I agree with you guys. It's needed in so many ways. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Battle-Lockhart. Ms. Brown?
Can I get some clarification? I know what I consider like a low transmission rate, but moderate. I'm not really clear on what you consider moderate.
That's a great question for the CDC. They actually have, and if you go to their website, I think they have the definition of what constitutes a moderate, high, and low transmission rate that I have not yet memorized because we're not quite there to even determine. And we have to base our determination on what they determine anyway, so even regardless of how we're defining it. But if you go to their website, you'd have to search for it on that website. Yeah, I think if you go back up, I think it was up top.
As you search, I believe it has to do with either or some combination of the positivity rate and the cases per 100,000.
If you go back down to where you had the numbers, and you click right underneath there where it says, how is community?
Yeah, right there.
Click that and it tells you.
There you go. Thank you, Ms. Abel.
So there you go. It's cases per 100,000 and positivity, yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Ms. Abel?
Could I ask for you or someone on staff to try to get clarification of why those numbers are different?
Sure.
For us for the next board meeting,
Yes.
if it's the will of the board?
Yeah, I think that's a good thing. And when this started, I believe we were told, and it has to do with who gets tested and whether you count people that repeat test positive, even though it's the same person. But to get
But if we're giving
I can hear
numbers.
Mr. Stoddard screaming at his screen right now.
Yeah,
as he's
yeah.
watching this meeting. He
Yeah.
probably
Yeah.
knows that.
I told y'all this.
yeah. He did probably. So yeah, that would be good to have.
Yes.
If
This
it's
is
a will.
reminder from myself and the
Yeah.
public. But if we're giving numbers from here to the state and then the state to the CDC, why is the CDC lower than what the state is?
Yeah, and again, I'll try to determine.
Higher than the state.
And I didn't check today, but even at a local level, regardless of what the number has, they have a little indicator with a circle around it. And the last time I checked, it said high
Right.
as far as transmission.
So like CDC is saying we're at high, but the Maryland State Health Department is saying we're moderate. So are we looking at the right number? I know
Might
we
be a
have to
delay.
follow CDC.
Yeah, I'll
but-
find out. Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jones?
If I could step back up just for a second to offer just a caveat to the information that I shared earlier regarding sports in particular. So the information that I shared before is correct, but with sports, the one thing that's a little bit different is when our student athletes are going to another district to compete, if that district has more stringent guidelines than what we have, we do have to follow that district's guidelines. So for example, our football players may not have to wear a mask while they're competing on the field here, but if we go there and their requirement is that they want their athletes wearing masks during play, then we would have to follow that guideline for that particular county. MPSSAA rules.
Oh, very good. Thank you, Mr. Jones. Mr. Hurd?
Just real quick, so is that the same if a county with less stringent guidelines comes to our county? Is that
Yes,
the same for
if
them?
they come to our county, correct, yes, that's right. Yes. I just wanted to share that.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Next item on the
Something
agenda?
quite,
Oh, I'm
a
sorry.
little bit less, no, your next item, a little bit less,
Well, maybe. This is an information item. This is a change to policy 6330 concerning the calendar. As we know, we had a discussion at a previous board meeting about what the calendar, what that word means, and who defines which part of the calendar in approval. This policy change would clarify what the board's role would be and what the superintendent's role would be. The highlighted words, of course, are the caps, bolded, underlined words. Struck out words would be the words removed, and then at the bottom, again, more changes as well. This is an information item. We can discuss it certainly now. It will come back as a report item at a future board meeting, and then an action item at a following meeting after that.
okay. Mr. Hurd?
So I'm just trying to fully understand. This is changing practice, though. It's not just a clarification, right? Because last time we voted as a board to change the marking period versus this would now give that to the superintendent. So this does change the practices?
There was a discussion at the last board meeting about what we had done in the past, and previous to the last board meeting, the superintendent had unilaterally changed the marking period dates under conditions that existed then. Not this current superintendent, this previous superintendents. The board wanted to make sure that it was clear that they were approving the change in the marking periods. This would clarify that that was not the intent of the board to make those decisions at the board level. But again, it's a proposal. The board can certainly adopt whatever policy the board thinks is appropriate.
Thank you.
So, and again, it's an information item today. Ms. Abel?
Yeah, so the start and end of marking periods, I don't have a problem with. That involves instruction and curriculum. Emergency school closings, don't have a problem with that either. Employee dismissal days, I'm on the fence about, but employee work days, I have an issue with that. That should come before the board. If we can't just, not saying that this superintendent would, but if it's in policy, it would be the next superintendent as well. And we just have to be cognizant of what days we're just giving off. I'm not saying that's a bad thing to give employees work days off, give them days off, but I think that's a decision that should be made by the board.
Thank you, Ms. Abel. Anything
So again,
else?
we'll bring this, I'm sorry.
Okay, Ms. McGraw.
In relation to that, Ms. Abel's comment, are there is a, I don't know, state mandate, teachers have to work so many days, correct?
Correct. That's required by the negotiated agreement.
Okay. But is there a number, for instance, like students have to go to school 180 days, that's statewide.
Right.
Is there the same number for teachers?
180 is certainly minimum because students are in session 180 days, but beyond that, it's up to the local school system, local board of education to negotiate the number of work days that an employee would be required to work. As you know, we have 10-month employees, 10 and a half, 11-month, 12-month employees, so that is all negotiated with the unions.
Okay.
But this, and just to clarify, this provision here would not change the minimum number of days and the maximum number of days that employees would work. This would concern which days they work.
Gotcha. That's what I was wondering. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. McGraw. Anything else from Mr. Schwartz? Oh, very good. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next is unfinished business. Is there any unfinished business that needs to come before the board? Okay, seeing none. Any new business? Nothing new. Thank you very much. Future agenda items. Ms. McGraw.
I just want to ensure that we have some closure to the policy reviews. We are coming up on the end of this election, and we started it at the beginning. So please, could we add that as a future agenda item?
So that'll be on our work session for this month.
Okay.
Along with anything else that needs to, but yes, so that, Ms. Badalacart and I finished that. We met with Mr. Schwartz and Mr. Heim, who provided comment, very good comment, I might add, and came back to us to review, and so that'll be presented in our work session this month. That's 2,000 and 7,000 series.
Yeah, okay.
I did have one, and this relates to the meeting we had this morning with the county commissioners. They asked when we would meet again, and you know, our fiscal year starts in in July. Annapolis finishes in what is this, February? So in April. So probably sometime between now and then, I'll ask Ms. Acton if there's a time or some trigger point that makes sense to meet again with the commissioners.
Definitely,
Yeah.
but I'd like to make sure I have additional information to share. And I don't know when exactly that would be.
Okay.
The information that's coming to us is pretty slow from MSDE. My thought as I sit here is that once the session is done in April, if we present it in May, I think I should have additional information, but I'd be glad to do it earlier if we get more information prior to that.
Is May okay?
I just don't
Yeah.
want to keep saying the same thing over and over again without more information.
Sure. So, but you think by May that would be a reasonable time?
That we should have some updates, I would think, by then.
Okay. For my fellow board members, does that work? May? Sure. Okay. Mr. Hurd?
So I know Mr. Schwartz was looking for the answer, but if we do as a board have authority, if the state regulation does not cover the mask mandate in outside school events, I don't know if we got an answer to that. I think we should have that on the agenda item for discussion for proms and graduation.
Okay, say that again, please.
I believe that on the agenda we should have a discussion item for the mask mandate at outside school-sponsored venues if the state regulation ends up not covering that. I think that should be a discussion. But Mr. Schwartz was looking for the answer.
So I thought I heard from Mr. Jones that if it's a school-sponsored event, then the regulations that are in place apply.
Well,
If you want me to respond to that. So yeah, speaking of graduations. So it is an outdoor event, and so, but again, the guidelines that Charles County Public Schools use right now is that masks are required. And if you were at our graduations last year, you may recall that for the families, the guests, I mean, it's an outdoor event. We're not going to police the guests. We're going to encourage it. You know, it's a venue that we've invited you to. We have rented the venue. It's a Charles County Public Schools, if you will, venue for that day. So our expectation is that people will come in and abide by those rules. However, they are adults, and we are not going to police those folks for so much, to be quite honest with you. For our graduates, again, being very reasonable about it being an outdoor event, and all of them had, I think, the nice school logo mask. We did think it would be a good idea for them to wear their masks, and so we left that as an expectation while they were walking along and all. And if you recall, we had the seats spread out at least a little bit on the field, and so they could take their mask off to breathe while they were outside, breathe a little better while they were outside. Again, the premise being it being an outside event and wanting to be reasonable about that. The expectation being, of course, though, that, Charles County Public Schools event, we are typically wearing masks, particularly at our schools. At that outdoor event, we were going to be reasonable about the enforcement of that.
So if I may respond real quick.
Please.
So that doesn't answer my question about do we have the authority? Does the state regulation cover this or not? Because if it doesn't, then, prom, which is in some cases outside of the county, or even inside of the county, I think that should be our decision and we should discuss that. But what I'm hearing is, it's school policy, but I'm not hearing the state regulations tell us we can't. So that's what I'm looking for clarification on.
State regulation, I won't speak to that.
So if the state regulation...
Discussion.
Yeah. Mr. Schwartz, were you going to say something?
I don't want to, but I will.
Brutally honest.
Well, I think the state regulations talk about school facilities, so I think it is based on the facility, not outside the facility, and not at locations off school grounds that aren't our facility. So it seems like, and again, this is my first read, and I haven't figured from the state whether they really meant to do this. It seems like it would not cover proms off school grounds. Now, again, those proms are still subject to those county regulations, both Charles County, if there's a regulation in Charles County for masks, or if it's a Prince George's County event in Prince George's County, they'd still have to comply with those regulations. But the state regulations, the state board regulations are intended, I think, to apply only to the school facility buildings.
Okay, Ms. Abel.
So if graduation was tomorrow, and right now county does not have a mask mandate, and graduation was taking place at the stadium, the students would not be required to wear a mask.
Well, under the state regulations, they may not apply, but we could still, at this point, have them in place, and that's.
As of right now, though, that's just our policy.
Correct.
It is.
So we could change that policy.
Seemingly, and again, I hate to give, legal advice to the board in a public session. I have to go back and make sure that the state wasn't intending to cover school events off school grounds, for example, proms. And so I don't want to speak definitively. It seems like the way the regulations are worded, though, it does not cover non-facility-based events.
Correct.
All right, so just so we can get some clarity on what it is, assuming the will of the board to look at this, it's events that take place not on school property. Is that what I'm hearing?
Or was I'm sorry.
Ms. Badalacqua?
Or am I hearing you ask the question as, in addition to that, like at a football game, because it's not indoors, it's outdoors? Is that what I'm hearing? Ian, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I suppose.
Yeah, I don't know. You got to.
Well, but a football game is on school property.
My question.
What he said is facilities. But the football game is outdoors. It's not inside a facility.
So do we currently have a mask mandate for football games outside?
The spectators?
Yeah. I believe, weren't they just encouraged to wear masks?
Yes, I mean, for spectators, yes.
Yeah. So like that, I felt like that was a moot point, but I'm open to adding that to the discussion if that's the will of the board.
I'm just saying, for the sake of the conversation, if we're going to have the conversation, let's address all the things that could possibly apply to, that we can consider. Not saying it would all happen, but if that specifically say facilities indoor, technically we're not indoors when we're at a football game, but we're indoors at a basketball game, so it'd be required. So that would, we can have a discussion.
Outside and school facilities.
So, for my board members, we would like staff to look at, I'm making a statement just for the purposes I have something to throw a dart at. We'd like staff to look at our ability to have students at outside events or off of CCPS facilities and the implications of having to wear a mask.
Yes.
Does that cover it?
I think Mr. Swartz is trying to phone a friend.
I have phoned a friend. I have an answer from Mr. Stoddard on the other issue.
Okay.
So I'm looking down at my fellow board members. I see a nod. I see a.
Having a discussion?
I see a yes. Ms. Badalacqua? Ms. Brown, yes? Okay.
All right. And then Mr. Stoddard has given a short answer to the question about why the state and CDC data does not match. He says the state data is a daily average, the CDC is a weekly average, so that might affect why one is moderate on a particular day and high during a week. So
I
we'll
don't
get more
have it up
information.
anymore, but the Maryland State site said a 7-day average, and the CDC site said a 7-day average.
So hopefully Mr. Stoddard is now going to be texting me with a different answer. We'll get more information back to you as soon as we find out.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so just for the sake of capturing this, future agenda item will be what we just discussed regarding masks and some date in May, Ms. Acton, for meeting again with the commissioners. All right, very good.
But can we do the mask thing at the March board meeting?
Well, that would make, I think,
Yes.
sense. right?
Okay, yes. Thank you.
Sure. Any other future agenda items?
I did.
Yeah, okay, Mr. Hancock and then
Go ahead,
Ms.
Ms. Hancock. I'm sorry.
And not, I just kind of want to add on with what Jennifer had said about if we could bring this up in the next board meeting, and I would hope that it's our hope to use these findings to actually, I want to provide a prom for our seniors this year. We have, and I know that's just me talking right now, and I don't want to take up any time, but I think we're all in agreement of what we're attempting to do with this in the best ways that we can.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, and again, I just encourage my board members to be sensitive that we have to have staff at those events. And, you know, many of our staff are in positions where they're already compromised. So it's just, we need to take that all in totality if in fact we make a decision. Ms. McGraw?
I know that the special ed presentation was on this month's agenda, but it was pushed off because we had other things. I just want to ensure that we have that in a timely manner. I know many of us have been fielding concerns regarding special education and some of the programming, so I would like for us to be able to have that as soon as possible. If
Yeah, absolutely.
the will of the board.
Yeah. Very good. Anything else? All right, very good. So we'll be back at 4:30 for recognition. Thanks, everybody. Okay. All right, good afternoon, everyone. We'll continue with the Board of Education meeting and on to a great time in our agenda with resolutions and recognitions. And we're going to start off with the resolution for Women's History Month. Who has that? Miss Battle Lockhart. We have someone here accepting for that?
Women's History Month of February 8th, 2022. Whereas the Congress of the United States and the Legislature of Maryland has designated the month of March as Women's History Month, and the Maryland State Department of Education, the Maryland Commission for Women, and the Charles County Commission for Women are celebrating the Maryland Women's History Month with the theme, Providing Healing, Promoting Hope. And whereas the Board of Education of Charles County joins in recognizing and promoting March 2022 as Women's History Month and acknowledges that women continue to play a significant role in history and have achieved distinction in careers and traditional family roles, now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education of Charles County and the Superintendent of Schools join the nation, state, and county in giving recognition to women, agreeing that women have historically provided positive role models to students, and encourage our public schools to infuse instructional learning activities to incorporate the contribution of women throughout the school year and provide appropriate ways to observe and celebrate Women's History Month. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be inserted in the minutes of the Board of Education by the order of the Board of Education of Charles County this 8th day of February 2022. Maria Navarro, Superintendent School, and Mike Lucas, our chairperson.
Thank you very much. And with us today, we have Ms. Tori Ball, who's the chair of the Charles County Commission for Women.
Thank you.
Next is the resolution for fine and performing arts, and accepting today is Mr. Tim Bodemer, the content specialist for fine and performing arts, and Mr. Blumenthal, who's the instructional specialist for fine and performing arts. Ms. McGraw.
Resolution, Board of Education of Charles County, Fine and Performing Arts Month, February the 8th, 2022. Whereas the fine and performing arts are essential to the education of all children, and a comprehensive education in music, theater, and visual arts provides a powerful way of engaging children in learning and improving student achievement. And whereas the fine and performing arts are recognized as being necessary for the full development of all children. And whereas Charles County Public Schools has made it a priority to expand the fine and performing arts program. And whereas a number of music, theater, and visual arts activities are regularly scheduled for the month of March, now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of Charles County and the Superintendent of Schools designate that March 2022 be observed as Fine and Performing Arts Month and give their full support to quality of school music, theater, and visual arts program for all children and our future. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be inserted in the minutes of the Board of Education by order of the Board of Education of Charles County this 8th day of February 2022. Maria Navarro, Superintendent of Schools. Michael Lucas, Chairperson.
How about that?
Thank you.
All right, now we're going to take the opportunity. Mr. Jones, are you going to lead us in this?
No, go right ahead.
Okay. So we have, as was mentioned earlier in the meeting, 4 Charles County Public School students will be serving as pages in Annapolis. And that is a great honor, and the fact that we have 4 kids is exceptional. So we're doing these one at a time?
Yes.
Okay, so.
Yes, we are going to invite up our content specialist for social studies, Mr. Jack Tuttle, who will do the honors.
Awesome. Thank you, Mr. Tuttle.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. And good afternoon to our Charles County board members, to our Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Navarro, and the other executive staff and guests that are here today. Each school year, 12th grade students throughout our state are offered the opportunity to be a Maryland student page. In Charles County, students who apply are selected through interviews and the writing of an essay to gauge their interest and qualifications. 3 students and 1 alternate have now been selected as student pages for the current legislative session, which runs from January 12th to April 11th and is a modified version of the traditional program. It is entitled the MGA Virtual Page Program Reloaded and is conducted completely online. Student pages also have the opportunity to attend a 1-day tour of the legislative campus in Annapolis. Pages serve for 2 non-consecutive weeks during the session, either in the Maryland Senate or the House of Delegates. The virtual format this year permits students to participate in daily legislative sessions, online discussions about the lawmaking process, committee hearings, and digital presentations by legislators and legislative staff. And now at this point, I'm going to turn over the introduction of these wonderful students to their individual principals, beginning with Mrs. Kathy Perillo, principal of Henry E. Lackey High School.
Tanae Kidd is no stranger to this forum, as she was just here in October receiving recognition as Henry E. Lackey's Outstanding Student for Academic Achievement. I introduced her as someone who would be named in many superlatives, such as most likely to win a debate and most likely to make a wrong a right. During a recent visit to her AP statistics class, Tanae's teacher and classmates coined her as most wordy, even when crunching the numbers. We may engage in comic banter at Tanae's ability to try and wear everyone down with her gift of gab and magnetic personality, especially when she's passionate about a cause. But the reality is she possesses the essential skills needed for a career in political science. Being selected as a student page for Maryland's General Assembly is just one more accolade and experience that will help propel Tanae to succeed in eventually being an attorney in the future. As a student page, she has already made connections with local representatives and has been afforded networking opportunities. In addition to serving as the president of Charles County Association for Student Councils, Tanae is the senior class president, team lead for the Aviathon, captain of the volleyball team, winter cheerleader, and member of the National Honor Society. Committed to serving her community, Tanae devotes her time after school to the Sunflower Project and her summers to Charles County Youth for Change. In the very near future, she will begin mentoring students at Benjamin Stoddard Middle School, where she was once a stallion herself. She is also completing an internship at Energetics, a nonprofit in Indian Head. Somehow, Tanae has managed to find additional hours in the 24-hour day to achieve excellence for her school and make her mark on the community, while maintaining a 4.5 grade point average and being ranked in the top 10 of her class. She executes everything she sets her mind to with ease, grace, class, and more importantly, humility. Committed to Duke University in the fall, it is with great Charger pride I present Miss Tanae Kidd.
You can't walk away, Tanae, you can't walk away that quickly. I was with you till Duke, then.
Thank you. That's right.
Awesome.
Come on. Wait a minute.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Board Chair Mr. Lucas, Vice Chair Wilson, board members, and CCPS community. Sam Chernoff is an impressive young man. It's not just because he maintains a 4.5 GPA and is ranked in the top 10 of his graduating class, but because it seems that everything he sets his mind to comes to fruition. He has a sincere passion for helping his community and making a difference. Sam is an Eagle Scout and has led and participated in community projects such as the Disability Awareness Project and Special Olympics events. In school, Sam is a leader. He is the SGA Vice President, Senior Class Treasurer, member of the National Honor Society and drama clubs, and plays clarinet and bass clarinet and tenor sax in our school marching band. Earlier this school year, Sam led our It's Academic team to a first place finish in our county competition, where they moved on to the renowned televised version of the show. We finished in an impressive second place while achieving some personal school records along the way. As team captain of our It's Academic team, Sam led the Rams to 585 points scored where the team had no incorrect answers. It is clear that Sam Chernoff is an asset to the MHS school community, and we are so excited and proud that he is representing us as a student page this school year. Congratulations, Sam.
Congratulations.
It is my pleasure to introduce Tulu Yanimi Dapo Adeyamo. He is an amazing student leader and an outstanding student at North Point High School. Currently, he's a senior in our biotechnology pathway with a 4.5 GPA and a top 10 in his class. He serves as Vice President of the Student Government Association at North Point High School, Vice President of the Maryland National Association of Student Councils, and President of the Charles County NAACP Youth Council. He continues to have his impact on our school community and beyond, and we're very excited about his abilities within serving as a page. After graduating, he plans on studying either economics or sociology at either the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, or Dartmouth College. Congratulations, Tulu. We're excited about your opportunity and look forward to seeing what you do in the future. Congratulations.
Go Heels, baby. I got it.
Okay.
Good afternoon. On behalf of the Spartan community, it's a privilege to be with you today to present Andrea Cornegay, a senior at St. Charles High School, in recognition of her selection as an alternate student page for the 2022 session of the Maryland General Assembly. Andrea is a wonderful student. Academically, she's maintained a 4.4 cumulative GPA and is currently ranked 5th in the graduating class. In terms of her character, as a leader among her peers, she excels. In addition to her academic coursework, she is a student office aide and always meets or greets our visitors with a friendly smile and a willingness to help. Outside the classroom, Andrea is active in our Student Government Association and serves on the executive board as our school's student liaison to the Board of Education. She also participates in Model UN, National Honor Society, and It's Academic, among other school clubs. Outside of school, Andrea runs her own tutoring business. After graduation, she plans to attend Hollins University, where she has already received a full tuition scholarship, and major in pre-biology, pre-med, with the goal of becoming a pediatric neurosurgeon. Again, it's a pleasure to present Ms. Andrea Cornegay to you today for your recognition. Congratulations.
Too little to be going to college already.
That was an impressive group to be followed by an equally impressive group. Mr. Jones,
Yes.
Whenever you are ready, sir.
All right, good evening, Board Chairman Lucas, Board Vice Chair Wilson, may have stepped out, board members, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Besides the introduction of the student pages, this is the moment that you've been waiting for. The real reason why we are here, why we do what we do. We have assembled this evening to recognize a small sampling of the greatness we have in the young people we serve. Tonight, I am pleased to present to you 5 students who have been identified by their school principals as exemplary student models in the following areas: academic achievement, personal responsibility, and career readiness. Students being recognized this evening are Kieran Best, 12th grader from Westlake High School; Maurice White Jr., 8th grader from Theodore G. Davis Middle School; Marcan Groom, 4th grader from Billingsley Elementary School; Savannah Proctor, 5th grader from Indian Head Elementary School; and Bryn Boyden, 5th grader from Mount Hope Nanjemoy Elementary School. These outstanding students will be recognized in this order by their school principals. We will begin with the principal from Westlake High School, Ms. Diane Roberts, who will now make her way to the front. Ms. Roberts and Mr. Bess.
Good afternoon. As Mr. Jones said, Dr. Jones said, I'm Diane Roberts, principal of Westlake High School. And it is with great Wolverine pride we recognize 12th grader Kieran Best in the area of academic achievement. Kieran epitomizes our school motto, learners today, leaders tomorrow, because he excels in the classroom and consistently exhibits qualities such as ambition, perseverance, and motivation. Throughout his high school career, Kieran has learned to balance a rigorous course load of advanced placement and Project Lead the Way biomedical science classes, while maintaining a grade point average of 4.4. He freely shared his joy with everyone when he was accepted into his dream school, North Carolina A&T, where he plans to major in biomedical engineering. Kieran demonstrates excellent work habits and comes to school ready to learn, both which contribute to his academic success. He is described as a student who readily asks the questions his peers may be too timid to ask, and consistently has a can-do attitude when it comes to improving himself. Kieran plays in our jazz band and has been a member of the lacrosse team for 4 years. According to his vice principal, Kieran is without a doubt one of the most promising students in the 12th grade due to his ability to meet challenges, both personal and educational, head on. Even though Kieran is successful in the classroom, he does not look down on others who may be struggling. Through the AVID program, Kieran consistently offers his assistance and knowledge to help his classmates improve their understanding of various content. He is always looking for ways to get involved and has such a positive attitude about learning that he inspires his teachers and peers. He thrives on constructive feedback and has grown tremendously as a scholar at Westlake High School, even excelling with virtual learning despite the challenges. Kieran is also one of the 33 founding members of the Elite Black Men Peer Mentoring and Rites of Passage program at Westlake High School. He is laying the foundation that will benefit our school community for years to come. When I met with him recently to thank him for his leadership, he responded, "No problem, it just comes naturally." Our Westlake family could not be more proud of this young man Kieran has become and all of his accomplishments. It is my honor to present to you Mr. Kieran Best.
He gets to say a few words before you get a picture. There you
All right. Yes. Mr. Hurry jumped the gun on us a little bit there. All right, so congratulations, Kieran. And I got to tell you, the last time I saw him, I was his principal, and he was looking up at me. A little bit different now, a little bit different. Great, congratulations to you. Thank you. So, Mr. Best, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Lucas at this point. He may have
Kieran,
some things
you have a very impressive resume. I have no doubt that whatever you decide to do, you're going to excel at. And one thing I picked up on as I read your bio and listened to you is that you thrive on feedback, and that is something that a lot of people don't appreciate. And the fact that you're able to take some constructive criticism is going to do you well in life. And so good on you for that. And I see you're in the Project Lead the Way Biomed program. My son went through that program. I can't speak highly enough about it. So that's going to prepare you well for college. Anything you'd like to say? Anyone you'd like to thank?
I'd like to say that this is a very huge opportunity for not only me, but my fellow students that are being recognized today. I wanted to thank my principal, Ms. Roberts, as well as any teachers and faculty that nominated me for this opportunity. I am a founding member of Elite Black Men cohort at Westlake High School, and I wanted to be here and kind of say that as I'm here, this is just one achievement of many that we can make in our school as the program develops any further.
Awesome. Thank you very much for those words. And now, Mr. Hurd, you can get a picture.
Take a picture now. You can't. Yeah.
You and Wade, Jordan. Outstanding work, son. There you go. There you go. Congratulations again, best family, absolutely. And at this time, we will bring to the microphone the principal from Theodore G. Davis, Mr. Robert Griffiths, and he will introduce his recipient tonight, Mr. Griff. Come on. And Mr. Maurice White, too. Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Robert Griffiths, and I'm the principal of Theodore G. Davis Middle School. Tonight, we're here to recognize Maurice White. Maurice White is an 8th grade student at Theodore G. Davis Middle School and is being recognized in the area of academic achievement. Throughout his middle school experience, Maurice has achieved nothing but A's and B's on his report card, and there are not too many B's. In addition to his stellar grades, Maurice participates in AAU basketball and is hoping to get a chance to show his abilities on the 8th grade basketball team this year at Davis. Some of the things that his teachers will tell you about him is that he is an absolute pleasure to be around, respects himself and everyone he comes into contact with, and he truly values what it means to be a Davis Falcon. So we're together. Upon graduation from high school, Maurice's ultimate dream is to become a chiropractor. However, he has not discounted his basketball abilities at all and would love to play professionally, even overseas, if that opportunity presented itself. With the hard work and dedication that he has shown these past 3 school years, his Davis family knows that he will be able to do anything he sets his mind to. The Davis Middle School community would like to recognize once again Maurice White. Thank you.
Maurice, it's a pleasure to have you here today.
Appreciate it.
What position you play, basketball?
Small forward.
Very good. So it means you're kind of quick and you can shoot a little bit?
Yeah, I can do.
2 things I was never very good at. So, what I heard was that you respect yourself and others.
Yes, sir.
And that is an extremely good quality to have. Again, something that's going to take you very far in life. So striking me as a person that's going to do very well in life.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Anything you'd like to say? Anyone you'd like to thank?
I'd like to thank a lot of my family, my friends, my coaches. You know, being a student athlete, your coaches are always on you about keeping your grades up. You know, in order to play, you got to keep your grades up. And being so, I'm going to go to a private school next year, to a high school. You know, it's important I maintain my grades and I'm able to play on the floor with all my teammates and stuff. And being so, I also think about being a chiropractor. It's good that I take on like more classes that, you know, involve health and more stuff.
Outstanding. Well, thank you very much, and you're a fine example of a Charles County Public School student.
Thank you.
We have something for you, and you get your picture taken.
Congratulations. All right, and please now welcome to the microphone the principal from Indian Head Elementary School, Ms. Shane Blanford, who will introduce young Miss Savannah Proctor. Ms. Blanford, come on down.
Look at this gorgeous girl. Good evening. It is my pleasure to present to you Savannah Proctor, a 5th grade student at Indian Head Elementary School. She is being recognized in the area of personal responsibility. Savannah exemplifies our school's 3 R's: respectful, responsible, and ready to learn every day. When I asked some of her teachers for input on why she should receive this award, they were very eager to add their sentiments. Mrs. Windsor, Savannah's music teacher, said, "Her positive attitude and energy brings the class to life every week. She can always stay focused and have fun while still showing the 3 R's consistently. She shows a genuine desire to learn and grow. She always gives it her best, and she always helps others if needed." Miss Metcalf, Savannah's art teacher, said, "I have been able to watch Savannah grow in her knowledge and maturity and personality over the years. I'm so proud of who she is today. She's not afraid to speak up for what she thinks is right. She's always very respectful and honest with me, and she has a deeply creative heart." Miss Dalton, her 5th grade teacher, said, "Savannah is the very definition of an exemplary student and a constant role model for 5th graders. She's the type of student that does not crave or require the attention of others, but rather always just leads by example. She is the student that is always doing the right thing even when no one is watching. She consistently comes to school every day ready to learn and demonstrates academic discipline by completing classworks and assignments on time. She takes initiative in the classroom and is always willing to help her peers. She's a risk taker and engages in class discussions daily. She understands that true learning occurs through struggle and in asking good questions of herself and her peers. I am thankful for her as a student and for the positive impact that she has had on her peers and our class." Savannah is a member of the Indian Head Butterfly Club, the Garden Club, and her favorite subjects in school are math because she likes the challenge of figuring out problems, and art because she likes to paint and draw to help relieve stress. When Savannah grows up, she wants to be an architect, interior designer, and real estate agent. She likes to do blueprints. She's very detailed with how she designs rooms, and she wants to make people happy in getting exactly what they want in a house. With her work ethic, creative nature, and positive attitude, I have no doubt that she will be successful in whatever career path she chooses. I look forward to hearing great things about her in the future, and I'm sure her creative designs will be featured in magazines one day. And who knows, with her personality, I could see her starring in her own show on HDTV. On behalf of the students and staff and families at Indian Head Elementary School, I am delighted to present Savannah Proctor as our 2022 exemplary student.
Congratulations, Savannah. Congratulations. And very nice dress.
Congratulations.
All right, Mr. Lucas. Yes.
It's a privilege to have you here today. Thank you very much. You know, I can't remember exactly what I was doing in the 5th grade, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't just a quarter of what you've done here. I'm constantly amazed and impressed by students like yourself. I'm a big fan of the 3 R's, and I love hearing it. I never get tired of hearing it. And what I also heard is that you're a role model, and again, something that should be very proud of. When people say that about somebody, it's not words that they use lightly, and that's something that I know you're going to carry with you as you continue to progress through school. So, is there anything you'd like to say?
I just want to thank, my principal, my school, and my family.
Speak up a little bit so we can hear you.
I want to thank my principal and my family in my school before because they've done a lot with me, and I've learned so much this year from being in 5th grade because last year we didn't get to learn much since of COVID, but I've learned so much this year.
That's awesome. Thank you much for those kind words. Congratulations.
This is for you, and we're going to place this right here. Congratulations.
Congratulations once again. All right, and now we will welcome to the microphone the principal from Billingsley Elementary School. Please welcome Ms. Sabrina Robinson Taylor, and she will introduce Marcan Groom. I think I got your name right.
Stand next to me. Good afternoon. Take off my mask. Good afternoon. Marcan Groom is a 4th grade student at Billingsley Elementary School. She is being recognized in the area of academic achievement. Born in Maryland, Marcan is a descendant of Ethiopia. She completed kindergarten in Maryland and 1st grade in Ethiopia. She has been a stellar student since arriving at Billingsley Elementary School in 2nd grade. Marcan is reading above grade level and has earned principal's honor roll every quarter, beginning with 3rd grade. She is the recipient of certificates for being a library lover and demonstrating outstanding performance in science. Identified for gifted services in the area of reading, Marcan is a master at leading discussions in her reading class. She helps her reading group get deeper meaning out of the text they read. Marcan loves to share her creativity through writing. Her writing samples go above and beyond that of a typical 4th grader. She began writing books at the age of 3 and has written numerous stories, many of which have been shared with her class and purchased by her family. She is currently writing a book called My Classmates' Power. Her classmates sometimes illustrate the books that she writes. In her spare time, Marcan is a Weeblo with the Girls and Boys Club of America. She enjoys hiking, exploring nature, and participating in food drives for the less fortunate. She is a member of Billingsley's Girls Who Code Club and a member of our school's Best Buddies Club. She aspires to be an author and to run a business related to handmade books. Marcan's academic performance, together with her model behavior and strong leadership skills, have allowed her to be selected to represent Billingsley Elementary School as our Carson Scholar nominee for the 2021-2022 school year. Her passion for school is contagious to all those around her. We are proud to have Marcan represent Billingsley as an exemplary student in the area of academic achievement. Congratulations to Marcan, who just may have her sights set on Yale.
Welcome, Marcan. How are you?
Thank you. How about you?
I'm well, thank you. You know, I said I couldn't remember exactly what I did in 5th grade, but I definitely know in 4th grade I wasn't writing books. So congratulations in doing that. One thing we do have in common, when I was your age, I did like to spend a lot of my time in the library too. And back then, it was just books, no computers or anything. So that's all we had. But I learned a lot, and I'm sure that you have too. To be a Carson Scholar nominee, that is an awesome honor. That speaks highly of all your qualifications. So congratulations for that.
Thank you.
Is there anything you'd like to say or people
Yes.
you want to thank?
I want to thank a lot of people. First, I would like to thank God for putting me here in this path. I would like to thank the Board of Education and Principal Taylor for recognizing me and bringing me forward to receive this award. I am extremely honored. Then I want to thank my homeroom teacher, Mr. Kinzer, who taught me new skills and for being kind. I'd also like to thank all my teachers who had lent me a hand in shaping me through pre-K 3 till now. I want to thank my parents for supporting me and teaching me basic life skills I needed to become myself, and for always being there for me. I'd like to say a special thank you to my grandparents, uncles, aunts, and cousins for encouraging me and for always seeing their best in me at every occasion. Last but not least, I'd like to thank my friends who cheer me and be happy for me. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm a Ronaldo.
I see you, Mommy, over there. It's okay. You did a great job. Great job.
Awesome job, girl. Good job. You get your picture taken.
If you don't mind the middle here. Congratulations.
All right, congratulations again to Ms. Groom. And we will now welcome our last principal for the evening, Mr. Michael Hoffman, the principal at Mount Hope Nanjemoy Elementary School, who will introduce Ms. Bryn Boyden. Mr. Hoffman.
Good afternoon. Bryn Boyden is a 5th grade student at Mount Hope Nanjemoy and is being recognized in the area of career readiness. Bryn is a great student. She's kind, caring, and completes her assignments with maturity and enthusiasm. For the first 2 quarters of 5th grade, Bryn earned straight A's and was on the principal's honor roll. In fact, Bryn earned all A's throughout her entire 4th grade year as well. While balancing work and completing assignments on time, Bryn plays the cello, participates in the DARE program, and is also part of the math team. With all the extracurricular activities, Bryn displays perseverance and collaborates well with her classmates and her teachers. When Bryn and I spoke about all the things that she loves to do in school, Bryn told me that she really loves to play the cello, even though the instrument is about the same size as her. Outside of school, Bryn loves animals. She enjoys playing with and training her dogs, a golden retriever and a Boston Terrier. Bryn and I spoke about how she wants to focus on that profession when she gets older and train dogs to help people as well as protect people like canines. Bryn already has the right step forward in career readiness because she is passionate, kind, hardworking student that can balance many things in her educational career. Mount Hope Nanjemoy's community is extremely proud of our Bryn. Congratulations.
Bryn, how are you?
Good.
Well, I don't know what else to say. Straight A's, you play the cello, you do all this stuff outside of school, and I really like the fact you have a couple dogs you like to train. Dogs are great, aren't they? That's just very impressive, very impressive. Do you gonna go continue to play an instrument like all through high school?
Probably.
Good, good. Mr. Bodemer would love to hear that. So, is there anything you'd like to say? Anyone you'd like to thank? You can say anything you want if you want to thank someone. I can see you thinking. If you don't have to, that's okay. Oh, good. All right. Well, we do have something for you, and you can get your picture taken.
job.
Thank you.
Mr. Hoffman got to get his. Congratulations.
All right.
All right, Mr. Lucas, this will conclude the student recognition portion of this evening.
All right.
And we thank you for your time. At this time, I'm going to turn it over for our adult recognition. So I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Charlene Ogburn, Supervisor in Human Resources. Ms. Ogburn, come on down.
As always, thank you, Dr. Jones. Good evening, Board Chairman Lucas, Vice Chairperson Lawson, board members, friends, and family, everyone watching online. My name again is Charlene Ogburn. I am with the Office of Human Resources, and today we will be acknowledging 6 exemplary employees. Our first employee is Adano Murray, a special education instructional assistant at Westlake High School, and he's represented by his principal, Diane Roberts.
Good evening. It is with great pleasure I present to you Mr. Adano Murray, who is respectfully and affectionately known in our school community by one name, Murray. That's rock star status, but I will keep this formal for this presentation. As an instructional assistant, Mr. Murray demonstrates flexibility and willingness to assist students who are struggling with academics, behaviors, and/or emotions. He engages with all students, and we can count on him to perform each of his duties and the other duties as assigned with fidelity. On any given day, Mr. Murray's workload varies from supervising students in the hallways and lunch areas to working with students in small groups to reinforce a concept. And his day does not end at dismissal time because he coaches a sport in each season. Football in the fall, indoor track in the winter, and outdoor track in the spring. As a coach, mentor, and leader in the building, Mr. Murray truly believes that our students are first scholars, then athletes. He works with them to see the value of having a solid educational background and essential soft skills. He challenges students to get their minds right so that they can develop the heart of a champion in the classroom and on the field. Westlake alumni who are world-class athletes and Olympians can call upon Mr. Murray to remind them of who they are and what they can accomplish. One parent said, Coach Murray's dedication to his athletes is an unspoken gift. He finds, molds, and builds each individual to their best potential. I could not have asked for a better representation of greatness. Thank you, Coach Murray. One of our students said, Murray is a good track coach, but he is more than that. Murray has more than 15 state championships, but he is more than that. He is a good football coach, but he is more than that. Murray is like a father to kids that are not his. Murray teaches more than track or football. Murray teaches life to kids that are in need of a father figure or mentor. Mr. Murray demonstrates the gold standard of support staff, and he is one of the heartbeats of the Westlake community. I present to you Mr. Adano Murray, Westlake High School's 2022 exemplary employee.
Mr. Murray, or should I just say Murray? That, we have the write-ups that each principal submits, and yours is quite lengthy for all the things that you've done for Charles County Public Schools. So on behalf of the board, just want to thank you. And what one of your former students said when he said you teach life, that is a pretty high accolade. So thank you for everything you do. Certainly there's a fine history of people that have gone to Westlake and gone on to excel in lots of things, academics and sports, and they've got you to thank for that. So thank you for everything you do. Is there anything you'd like to say?
Yeah, first I'd like to thank Ms. Roberts for those kind words. Wow. Almost brought a tear to my eye. I'd like to thank everybody in the Westlake community for the opportunity to work there. And again, Ms. Roberts, for keeping me around for as long as she has. So I can only say it's not about me, it's about the kids. And that's what my motto is, and I'm going to stick to that. And I charge all adults that work with kids. It's not about us, it's about them.
Perfect words. Thank you, sir.
All right.
Here, sir, please join us on stage. This is for you.
Congratulations again, Murray.
Congratulations.
He had another nickname back in the 90s.
I've got a lot of nicknames.
Our next exemplary employee is Mr. Barry Miles, a special education teacher at Theodore Davis Middle School, represented by his principal, Mr. Robert Griffith.
Thank you again, and good evening again. I am Robert Griffiths. I'm the principal of Theodore G. Davis Middle School, and I'm here on behalf of the Davis community to recognize Mr. Barry Miles as the exemplary employee for the 2021-22 school year. I would describe Mr. Miles as a family man. He is humble, he has a calming presence, and he leads by example. All of these characteristics have contributed to the wonderful career he has put together as a teacher here in Charles County Public Schools since the 2006-2007 school year. We are here to recognize his efforts for the 21-22 school year tonight. Mr. Miles took on an entirely different role for this school year. After teaching self-contained classes last few years, in a virtual and hybrid setting, he was asked to take on a new challenge by teaching in the EA program this year. He has not disappointed our community. He has brought a sense of stability to the new-look EA department at Davis Middle School. He works well with our families. He is the go-to adult for just about every kid in that program. He has the knack for building relationships. He takes challenges head-on and is very deserving of this recognition as the exemplary employee for the 21-22 school year, as his professionalism and leadership shine brightly in the hallways of Theodore G. Davis Middle School. Thank you.
Mr. Miles, thank you for your years of service, Charles County Public Schools, and taking on that new opportunity this year speaks a lot about the type of person you are. And I heard your principal say you build relationships, and that is so critical in everything. And
Thank you.
my old job, that's what we said, it's all about relationships, and the fact that you're looked upon as someone that does that speaks very highly of you. So thank you very much. Is there anything you'd like to say?
You can read it again. I just try to stay me, you know. My mom just turned 82, February 2nd. So I told her about it. And I said, Mom, I just got selected an exemplary employee. So she was like, is that good? I said, I hope so. But I just want to say thank you to Mr. Griffith, you know, for seeing something in me that I didn't see, you know. So I want to say thank you to him. Thank you to our team that's there. You know, I appreciate all that they do for us. So.
Well, thank you, sir, very much. We appreciate it. Congratulations.
Congratulations again, Mr. Miles.
Thank you.
Our next recipient is Michelle Bell. She's a special education teacher at Billingsley Elementary, represented by Principal Sabrina Robinson Taylor.
Good evening. This evening I present to you Mrs. Michelle Bell, Special Education Teacher Extraordinaire at Billingsley Elementary School. I affectionately call her the real deal. Mrs. Bell is currently in her 18th year of teaching. Upon graduating from college, she began teaching for Montgomery County Public Schools before taking a job with Charles County Public Schools. She began her career with CCPS at Gale Bailey Elementary School. Mrs. Bell accepted the challenge of opening a new school when Billingsley Elementary School opened in 2019. She eagerly took on the role of team leader and has successfully led a dynamic special education team for 3 years. Mrs. Bell's dedication to education and to Billingsley is evident in the ways that she serves our school community. Her role encompasses so much more than IEP meetings and providing math and reading and behavioral supports to struggling learners. Mrs. Bell is a master of helping special education students overcome toileting issues and sensory issues and anxieties. While she may be responsible for approximately 11 students on her caseload, almost 700 students know her name. She is in and out of classrooms daily and is an extra support to students and teachers in any way needed. Mrs. Bell attends students' games on evenings and weekends. She is an unofficial mentor to dozens of students who need extra support. She boosts the self-esteem of many students. She is the school auntie away from home. Mrs. Bell is not only a support to students, she is known to be a support to entire families. She has assisted parents with making eye doctor appointments. She has provided door-to-door service to drop off work packets when students are sick, absent, or when parents missed the famous packet pickup days in early COVID times. She is a strong advocate of her students' needs. Mrs. Bell has made long-lasting relationships with the families of her students. She gains the trust of parents instantly. She accepts no excuses, not even from adults, and finds a way to help many children and families be successful by any means necessary. Mrs. Bell spreads joy in other ways, too. She volunteers for every school event. She rolls the PBIS Bobcat cart to students so they can purchase items with their hard-earned Bobcat bucks. She is Billingsley's social committee chairperson. Mrs. Bell truly understands the importance of making work-life fun and finding ways to help build staff morale. From potlucks to secret Santas to chili cook-offs, this educator touches the lives of so many in such positive ways. Mrs. Bell has 6 children of her own, yet manages to give 110% at Billingsley Elementary School. As you watch Mrs. Bell work her magic daily, you instantly get a warm feeling in your heart and maybe even have a little water well up in your eyes. I blame it on the allergies, Ms. Bell. Yep. Recently, I watched Ms. Bell hold a foot in the bathroom door with her back to the door for a student that is terrified to be in a bathroom alone. Then calm and distract 2 autistic students with sensory needs as they got the famous nasal swab COVID test. And then 1 minute later, assist an afraid student who speaks no English while getting that same COVID swab test while counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, as the nurse whirled the swab around each nostril. Miss Bell is so much more than a teacher. There is a popular song titled, "I'm Every Woman." The lyrics say, and I won't sing it for you, the lyrics say, "I'm every woman, it's all in me. Anything you want done, baby, I'll do it naturally. Move over Shaka Khan, for she is not every woman. Move over Whitney Houston, for she is not every woman. Michelle Bell, special educator at Billingsley Elementary, is every woman. It's all in her. Anything you want done, baby, she'll do it naturally. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to introduce you to Mrs. Michelle Bell.
Kids in your school just to show up and support them.
Yeah, and my own children play in those sports, so I just,
Okay.
I don't want to make it seem like, I have my own kids in almost every sport around the county.
Well, I guess with 6 kids, that would be true. You make your way around. But that's still the fact that you obviously work very hard, and even in your free time, you go out and you try to support the kids that are in your school every day. And everybody knows your name, so that means you've made an impression on them. So.
I hope so.
Well, I think you very much have. Just thank you for everything. Very impressive. Is there anything you'd like to say?
Yes, I had to work 14 years before I actually came to this county, and I've always lived here. I just took that because they took me out of school. I have been nothing but happy being in Charles County. They have welcomed me in, and I came here wanting a job as a teacher. But Mr. Marvin back there and Mr. Hangy had a different idea and used other things I had to make me special ed, and it's really where I am. My son is a special ed student at Thomas Stone, and I'm so very proud of the job he's doing. I'm just really grateful for everything. I've even had Mr. Hoffman, like all of the people here, and it took me this long to get recognized for anything that I don't even need to get recognized, but I so appreciate it. I really appreciate who I work for. I have been so blessed. I can't even see myself working anywhere else but here, just because of what they're giving back. So I honestly thank you for just being able to show me I'm doing a good job so I can continue listening to ideas, strategies. The special ed department is amazing. So I'm just so thankful. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this work.
Congratulations again. Our next exemplary employee is Ms. Sarah Fleck. She's a reading resource teacher at Indian Head Elementary, and she will be represented by her principal, Shane Blanford.
Good evening again. We coordinated with our black and white too today. I'm very pleased to introduce you to Sarah Fleck, Indian Head's reading resource teacher. She's been a dedicated member of our school community for the past 6 years. Prior to her placement at Indian Head, she was a second grade teacher at Jennifer Elementary for 9 years. She consistently receives ratings of highly effective on her formal evaluations every year, and in my 4 years of working with her, I can attest to her excellence in the position. When I was first placed at Indian Head as principal, it didn't take long for me to see what an asset Sarah is to our school. Her wealth of reading knowledge allows her to support teachers with their reading instruction daily. She's an instructional leader that truly walks the walk. Every day you will see her in classrooms teaching, modeling, pulling small groups, or assessing students. Not only does she do all of this during the school day, but she is also our ELO coordinator and manages all of our after-school tutoring programs. She's also the intervention coordinator for Indian Head. She creates schedules for our reading interventionists, Title I tutors, and instructional assistants to provide interventions to our students. She trains and supports them while they implement small group interventions throughout the day. And if a student needs an intervention, Sarah will make it happen, even if she has to provide it herself. If that isn't enough, she also plans our reading parent nights, the Read Across Charles County Guest Reader Program. She helps run our Brave Shop for students to spend their Brave Bucks daily. She's the liaison for the Lackey High School TAM program. She's our letters training point of contact, is our early literacy intervention grant coordinator, teaches 4th grade regularly every day, and facilitates our yearly professional development with Kathy Baumgartner. Amy Arnold, our learning resource teacher, said, Sarah's an incredible resource and educator. At any moment in the day, when someone comes to Sarah and needs a resource or has a question, she stops what she's doing and is able to answer any question that's posed to her, all with a smile and a wonderful attitude. It is such a pleasure to work and learn from her. In my opinion, one of the most noteworthy things about Sarah is her coaching ability. She has a way of working with her colleagues that is truly a collaboration. She doesn't just tell teachers what they should do. She asks for their input and offers to show them, plan with them, and model for them in the classroom. She follows through on what she says she's going to do and is extremely well respected by her peers. I've thoroughly enjoyed getting to know Sarah in our 4 years together, and I look forward to many more. On behalf of the students, staff, and families at Indian Head Elementary, it is an honor to present Sarah Fleck as our 2022 Exemplary Employee.
Sarah, thank you for being here tonight. And listening and looking through your write-up here, and there's the very last thing your principal mentioned, you look to help and support teachers, and that's so very important. People are always quick to criticize, but you're out there trying to help folks, and you're obviously a very talented teacher, and you want to impart what you know on other folks. So thank you for doing that. And I can't say enough about reading resource teachers. What a benefit they are to have in the county, so thank you for that. Is there anything you'd like to say?
I just want to say thank you so much to all of you, my principal, my vice principal, Miss Mudd, and my family. I know they're watching and they're proud.
Well,
so thank
as
you.
well they should be. Thank you.
Sorry. Okay, now you can.
Our next recipient is Miss Carlisa Jordan. She's an elementary instructional assistant at Mount Hope Nanjemoy Elementary, and she'll be represented by Principal Michael Hoffman.
Good evening. It is with great honor to stand in front of you and present to you Ms. Jordan as Mount Hope Nanjemoy's 2022 Exemplary Employee. Ms. Jordan is one of our instructional assistants, and I am proud to call her one of my colleagues. Everyone knows the meaning of a team player, but I may just have to add a picture of Ms. Jordan to the dictionary's definition. It is difficult to choose one act of recognition of Miss Jordan. She always goes beyond her call of duty. She is involved with our students, our parents, and our amazing community. When the day begins, Miss Jordan is checking in with some of her students. She continues to motivate them every single day, finding the positives and the strengths in the students and wants them to succeed. After checking in, she starts to support our teachers and students in the classrooms. When she works with students one-on-one, she can easily just go up her sleeve and pull out any strategy that is needed to help the student become successful. If the student shows a weakness, Miss Jordan will work hard with that student to turn that weakness into a strength. When it comes to math instruction, she is a remarkable instructor. She helps the students see the math in a way that is easier for them and helps them get to their solutions. She can take the new strategies within the curriculum and teach it to our students, and in turn, the students start to feel more comfortable with that new learning and that new math and all of those strategies. One staff member wrote when going through the nomination process, Ms. Jordan doesn't need to be told what to do when working in a classroom. She sees a need and she solves the problem. I can't tell you how many times she has come into our classroom to assist with math lessons and has brought her own manipulatives or bags of tricks based on a need she saw in the previous lesson. Outside the classroom, there's no change in passion. Ms. Jordan demonstrates much care to our students and our community. Ms. Jordan is very active in her church community and with the elderly. She even spends her own time making sure students have what they need to be successful, as well as focus on the basic needs of the child. That may be including donating clothing or materials for their home. Miss Jordan is another prime example of why Mount Hope Nanjemoy is a wonderful place to work and teach at, and our school community is extremely lucky to have her. Thank you.
Congratulations, Ms. Jordan. Thank you so much for everything. Again, looking at your write-up, there's a sentence here, and it says, her daily life is all about helping others. And boy, you can't put much better praise on a person than that. And it surely sounds like you're in the very, very right spot at Mount Hope in helping those kids and their parents to whatever they need. So thank you for that. Thank you very much. Is there anything you'd like to say?
Well, I want to thank God first, because that's important to me. And without him, I would not be who I am, and I couldn't be what I am to these students. Secondly, I need to thank my family, my mom and my dad, for their support. My mom, who's watching, and my dad, who's watching from up there. My whole family, collectively, individually, my church community, because it was that foundation that prepared me for this foundation. My Mount Hope staff, my coworkers, they're not my coworkers, they're my family. They've been through a lot with me, a lot of storms, a lot of trials and tribulations, and they have supported me, and I just love them so much, just like we are born from the same mother. Along with that, I want to thank a church member of mine, Miss Dee Dee Gaddy, who 22 years ago, when I was working for the College of Southern Maryland, she looked at me and said, have you ever thought about applying for the Board of Education? And I was like, no, I want to be a nurse. She said, I think you should be in the school system. And I applied. And because of that move, I'm here today. I'm so grateful for that. But most of all, other than thanking all of you guys who I look around and I don't see too many unfamiliar faces. I see more familiar faces than I thought, for entrusting me to do just my job. That's what I do every day. I just do my job. I have to thank my students, because those are the people who have the need. And because of their need, it makes my life important to give back to them. So not just my students from Mount Hope, but my students that I served in General Smallwood, my students from McDonough, my students from Pickle-Waxon, down through these 22 years. I just want to thank all of them, because they make me proud each and every day of what they have become
and it makes it easy to pour into someone that you can see the results of. So just thank you for letting me be me.
Miss Major, sounds like we need to hire her as a teacher. Been on that for a long time. Our last exemplary employee for this evening is Miss Chelsea Polgar, an infant and toddler teacher from FB Gwynn Educational Center, and she's represented by her principal, Miss Daphne Burns.
Good evening. I am delighted to present Chelsea Polgar as Gwynn Center's exemplary employee. Chelsea is an outstanding educator and leader in the Infants and Toddlers program. January the 2nd marked one of the many milestones in her career, 10 years as a special education teacher and 10 years with the Charles County Infants and Toddlers program. During this time, Chelsea has demonstrated excellence in early intervention with hundreds of families in Charles County. Her high-energy style keeps parents and children engaged in learning. She uses creative strategies to help children learn new skills and goes above and beyond to meet family needs. As one of the team leaders, she led many initiatives with the Infants and Toddlers program, including training fellow staff to fidelity levels in coaching in early childhood, and completed a rigorous training to become one of the routines-based interview trainers for the team. These are vital and time-consuming commitments that contribute to the overall success of the program. At the start of the pandemic, Chelsea took the initiative to problem-solve challenges faced by setting up a virtual early intervention program for birth to 3-year-olds. She created videos that were effective for families, promoted the use of training videos for her team, and helped them navigate through the many technical difficulties. Chelsea maintains a can-do attitude and presents a positive perspective to team members even in stressful circumstances. Ms. Polgar is a positive leader and uses her leadership skills to help build team cohesiveness. She is a member of the Gwynn Center's Relay for Life team. She participates in the Special Olympics torch run annually and helps plan and promote team building activities such as camping trips, holiday events, and fun after-school events. She also represents the Infants and Toddlers on the School Team Building Committee. She also started the Charles County Infants and Toddlers Facebook page that is a repository of community resources and information for promoting development at home. In addition to all that she does for infants and toddlers, Chelsea is a lifelong learner. She has a master's degree in leadership in special education and is currently working towards autism studies certificate through Towson University. She is also a nationally certified infant massage trainer and a routines-based interviewer and state coach. Chelsea is committed to making a difference in every aspect of her life, and I am proud to have such a caring and dedicated person on the Gwynn team. Congratulations, Chelsea.
Chelsea, congratulations. Thanks for being here. I don't know if everyone in the county appreciates how much work is done in the Infants and Toddlers program, and you're certainly a part of that. So thank you very much. and being recognized by CCAC numerous times speaks volumes about the work you do. So thank you very much. Anything you'd like to say?
Yeah, 3 quick shout outs. First shout out to my husband. Oh, God be with him. Every time I sign up for something, that means he's in charge of dinner and gymnastics and everything for our child. So he totally gets the good kudos for me as far as being flexible with me wanting to continue to learn. Second big shout out is to the infant and toddler families for being flexible. I mean, 10 years, I'm not the teacher I was 10 years ago. I get better and better every year, and it's because of the families I work with. They're patient, they teach me. They know I'm not perfect, and I really, really appreciate those relationships. And then the last one is a big shout out to the infant and toddler team in general. They're family. It's not team, it's not coworkers. They are my best friends, they are my family, and they are what makes coming to work enjoyable. And that includes Miss Burns back there too.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much. Congratulations.
Congratulations to all of our exemplary employees. Let's give them a round of applause. And Vice Chairperson Wilson, I apologize. I don't know where I got that last name from, but I want to make sure I correct it. Mr. McGraw will, Mr. Lucas, we will now turn it over to you.
Thank you very much. You know, one thing I was struck with is just how humble the employees are and their words about just how thankful they are to work in this county. And that just speaks volumes about the staff and family at their school. So thank you very much. So now we'll just take a very quick break, 5 minutes if we could, and then we will start with public forum. Thanks.
Board of Education agenda items or any education-related topic with the following limitations. Personnel matters, pending or potential appeals, or the comments regarding the actions or statements of individual staff or the private lives of any individual are not appropriate topics. Proper language and decorum are required at all times. This evening we have 14 speakers, 4 in person. I'm sorry, we have 10 speakers, I'm sorry. 4 in person, 6 virtual. The first speaker in person is Darlene Persons.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Darlene Persons. I have 2 granddaughters that go to Charles County Schools. One that is in 8th grade at Pickawaxen, and the other one is in 1st grade at Craig. The 8th grader has now lost almost 2 weeks of school right after Christmas break and all of last week. I know that they had virtual, but we know that they don't learn much on virtual. Was it really necessary to close the school? Were the students actually sick or just tested positive on the weekly test? Why wasn't the Charles County Board of Ed more transparent to the rest of the community? If I hadn't had a granddaughter that went there, I wouldn't have known about it. A lot of people did not know about it. Did the Charles County Health Department direct the Board of Education to close Pickawaxen? How many more schools are going to be directed to close? Closing schools should be the very last resort. My first grade granddaughter had an assignment for Dr. King's birthday to write their dream to make the world a better place. This is what she wrote. I have a dream to make COVID go away. When COVID goes away, we would be able to breathe better. She drew a picture of herself smiling, holding a mask in her hand. It breaks my heart that out of everything she could have written, she just wants to not wear a mask anymore. These mask mandates for schools are affecting our kids. The masks don't even work, especially the cloth masks. And many states are either getting rid of the mandates 4 in the last day or haven't had them for a long time. Charles County Board of Ed should defy the MSDE's mask mandate so that the parents can decide whether their kids should wear a mask. Take it out of the government's hand and give it back to the parents. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Persons.
Our next speaker is Melissa Carpenter.
Good afternoon. My name is Melissa Carpenter. I am a lifelong resident of Charles County, a graduate of CCPS, as well as a teacher here. And I am once again here to share from the viewpoint of a teacher. This week, we celebrated one of the most important positions in our schools, National School Counseling Week. Without our school counselors, actually, I don't want to imagine a school without our school counselors. This may have been discussed earlier today, but I was teaching, so I didn't get a chance to watch the meeting, but I did get a chance to look at the presentations. I hope a lot of today discussed ways to get more school counselor positions, especially in our elementary schools. My school has over 600 students and currently has 1 school counselor and an unfilled half-time position for the last few months. Let me explain what that means. Only 1 of 600 plus students is allowed or required or need support at a time. Students have limited time with the counselors because the next student needs them. Of course, we all know this is the way children's emotions work, especially young children. Light switches on and off, right? For when we did have a half-time school counselor, grade levels K1 and 2 could only need them on Monday, Wednesday, or Friday afternoon. That was the only time we had that person in the building. Of course, our full-time school counselor stepped in whenever she could, taking on 600 plus students with 1 person. Elementary students don't need support on a scheduled limited meeting timeline. They need support when they need support. I'm glad to see that the budget includes 4.5 elementary counselors. That's awesome. But with the report, I think presented earlier today, showing 6 elementary schools have over a 500-to-1 ratio and 12 schools have over a 400-to-1 ratio, those 4.5 school counselors aren't going to do a whole lot. So I ask you to consider 2 things before you consider the budget. 1, please stop splitting our school counselors. It doesn't work. It just puts too much workload on that 1 counselor at the school. And 2, please make sure the funds are going to supporting positions in our school buildings before creating very expensive new positions like the chief of schools, especially when the cost of that seems to be the equivalent of 2 additional school counselors. Wouldn't 2 additional school counselors make a bigger difference for our students? As I said before, I hope this starts the conversation with teachers and all of the educators in the building and not about us.
Thank you, Ms. Carpenter.
Our next speaker is Crystal Kajetsky.
Good evening, Board of Education members. My name is Crystal Kajetsky. I have come before you tonight as a concerned parent and citizen of Charles County. I have children growing up in this county. I hope to speak on behalf of many of them who, because of the policies of this board, have suffered mental harm and physical consequences because of the negative side effects masking has put upon them. Let me preface my remarks by telling you I made homemade masks in 2020. I bleached my groceries to not transmit the virus and kill those that I love. This included my elderly in-laws, specifically my mother-in-law, who recently passed away. She suffered through cancer treatment for 10 years with no end to chemo in sight. We all lived together. I was absolutely in fear and was convinced staying home was absolutely necessary. Yes, I was completely terrified that we would all die from SARS-CoV-2, even through the beginning of summer of 2020. Then I began to research. How does transmission occur? What can I do to mitigate the effects if I or my family were to come down with this virus? The fog and fear began to lift. Knowledge is powerful. Since then, we've come out of the fog and realized life worth living has a risk to benefit ratio every family needs to weigh. Unfortunately, children have borne the brunt of this pandemic. Emotionally, so many kids are told to wear their mask properly with their nose and chin covered, or a grandparent will die. Or you could infect a friend and a young child, and they'll die. Why are we putting this burden on children? 2 years of childhood lost to fear. Yes, I made masks. If that would help, I was all for it. Then I looked at studies published pre-pandemic, even for flu. We never required masking for flu season. You have recently learned masks are no more than facial decoration, correct? Yet I've heard and seen masking causing outbreaks of acne on 6-year-olds, masking causing irritation and skin infections behind their ears, masks being worn while playing musical instruments, woodwinds with holes uncovered, but a mask on the face and by the bell. Instruments were not meant to be played this way. Masks that are disgusting and more likely to cause bacterial pneumonia and breathing issues because of the chemicals on them when they are used long term. Kids who are no longer in school because they cannot physically mask. Are mental or physical accommodations made? How many has the school system lost? Between homeschooling, private school, and leaving the state completely, how much can Charles County Public Schools take until you can't pay for the schools? I know you received federal monies, and that paid for a lot of this year's gap in funding. It also required masks and testing. There is a price tag on every child's head in this state. What are you doing to give parents and children choice when it comes to their bodies? In case you weren't aware, parents are fed up. They have banded together and are suing the education, 2 seconds, thank you, to remove the masks. There is a group called the Coalition of Maryland Parents. They started fundraising yesterday, and they are over $15,000 today, one day. What can you do as a board to help remove the burden from kids' shoulders? Mandate masks that don't mitigate spread? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Karen Cross.
Good evening, Karen Cross. I have a son at St. Charles and a daughter who would like to attend next year. I'm here to ask you to reconsider your position on testing and vaccination requirements for sports and extracurricular activities. You do not have to continue to test our children over and over and over again just to be able to participate in sports. We do not do this anywhere else in our county. My children play ice hockey and have done so all through the pandemic, and not once were they told they had to be vaccinated or to test negative for COVID-19 to participate. Not one time. Over and over again, you make it increasingly difficult for our students to get back to normal. I'm not talking about the new normal, I'm talking about normal, pre-pandemic normal. And don't tell me it can't be done, because I know it can, if you guys choose for it to happen. When this started in 2020, my daughter was a senior. Her graduation was stolen away from her. Her senior year of softball and her senior night wiped away. Even her graduation was a lackluster one. Since then, our children have had to deal with an entire school year of virtual education, which turned out to be a huge failure. Students stopped trying, they dropped out, straight A students flunked, and they didn't care. Sports were taken away, dances gone, band, theater, extracurricular activities, all gone. This year, yeah, the kids are in school, but you took homecoming dances away from them, even after thrusting the carrot in front of their faces to get the vaccine. And they will get to play sports and maybe, just maybe, have their normal life back. But no, they are still in masks, and now those kids who got the vaccine to play a sport and not have to fuss with your testing requirement now have to get a booster shot or test. When is it going to end? Are you going to put a stop to this ever? My son should not have to prove he is healthy to participate in anything. That's not how this is supposed to work. My son has been yelled at to keep his mask over his nose and mouth, and has even been coached as to how to do that. Make sure you pinch it over your nose, Michael, so it doesn't fall down. Or better yet, we've been told he has to wear it during PE classes. even though the COMAR just says that they can take that mask off while they're exercising. When I inquired about this insanity, we were told that they can only remove the mask during vigorous exercise. That is going above and beyond. Gyms are open, masks are optional in this county. Not sure if you heard about that. And they aren't always vigorously exercising while people are at the gym. Stop punishing our children. Stop holding them hostage over a virus that does not pose a risk to them. Stop the fear-mongering. They're not dying in droves. Vaccines are available to those who want them. Our numbers are actually improving. The data on the CCPS COVID-19 dashboard reports our highest number of positives occurred on December 20th and January 18th, with 144 on each of those days. Now, since January 18th, the next highest was 79 on January 21st.
Can you please finish up? Thank you.
54 on January 26th. I'm sorry, 79 on January 24th, and 54 on January 26th. Do you know what the number was yesterday? 6. The day before that, 2. And the day before that, 4 out of 27,000 students. Let our children have some sort of normal back. Remove the requirement to be vaccinated or test to participate in sports and extracurricular activities. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was our last in-person speaker. The rest of the speakers are virtual.
Okay, am I able to share a illustration with everybody?
No.
Okay, no problem. All right, get right into it. Before I start, I would just like to say I'd really appreciate if I'm not cut off tonight. I understand I went a little bit beyond. I did trim this down quite a bit, and I think I deserve to be heard. So please do not cut me off. Like I said, I'll try to be brief with this. Good evening, Charles County School Board. Recently, it has been reported that mandates are about to be lifted from schools in New Jersey and Delaware. When is it going to be Maryland's time to lift these mandates in schools? Right now, our kids don't have anyone to speak up for them. They're relying on us to be that voice, to set that example. They follow our lead. Right now, we're not doing a very good job at setting an example. Right now, our children are the guinea pigs, so to speak. They're expected to wear a mask all day. They're expected to get a shot and still get their work done, play instruments, participate in sports. Meanwhile, outside of schools, people can be at professional football games, in bars, restaurants without masks. Where's the fairness in this? Where's the logic in this? According to Dr. Jim Meehan, in this issue with the community with the wearing of the medical masks, we have not done a fair risk analysis for the population. We should always resist medical mandates. We don't need lawmakers intruding on the medical decision making that should be left between the patient and the doctor after full informed consent. People have not been informed that masks can block arterial oxygen, can block oxygen intake significantly, which has been demonstrated in experiments all over the world. According to Dr. Sherry Tenpenny, we carry at least 3 trillion viruses, bacteria, fungi in and on our body at all times. It's these symbiotic relationships of those trillions of viruses that define a healthy person. So why is it when we find a fragment variety of coronaviruses with the PCRs, we say you're an asymptomatic carrier, you're gonna spread that to somebody else. Right now in our schools, if a student is next to somebody who tested positive for COVID, then they have to quarantine as well. Yet all of us are in the same classroom together around these case positive students. How is it possible to know where and how they got COVID? By that logic, we should all be quarantining. But clearly that's not gonna work. This just adds more work for administration running around doing contact tracing. Students miss out on valuable in-person instruction and creates a burden on parents, students, and teachers as well. Things we now know. The CDC has admitted the ineffectiveness of the PCR to diagnose COVID, yet we're still using these PCRs to test kids in schools. Children are the demographic that is affected the least when it comes to fatal cases of COVID. The case for natural immunity has been shown to be more effective and long-lasting than these vaccines. Although highly transmissible, we know COVID is not nearly as deadly as it was originally purported to be. When these state education departments, state health boards create policies that mandate things like masks, testing, and vaccines, that is an overstep, and these policies do not supersede, yes, people's free choice to make their own medical decisions. Wearing a mask, getting a shot, testing, these are all individual medical choices that need to be left up to the individual. These need to stop now. Please do the right thing and take the masks off these kids. Stop pushing an experimental shot and false testing for our kids to participate in extracurricular and sports. They don't deserve it. They've been through enough. We all have. Thank you.
Yes, I can hear you. Yeah, I'll keep it as short as possible. Basically, when is enough enough? These poor kids, they missed a whole year last year, and they're still suffering from the repercussions of that. Emergency room visits had anxiety. They had kids reporting, contemplating suicide. The CDC reported a 51% increase in suicide attempts among children in school during the COVID lockdown. Currently, Charles County has no mask mandates for any other inside public facility other than educational buildings. I have grandchildren that go to Charles County Public Schools, and after last year, my grandson was just excited to go back to school, even if he had to wear a mask just for some semblance of normalcy. It was heartbreaking. Anyway, based on a case rate of 100,000, January 3rd, Charles County had 48 cases. And as of February 6th, there were 26 cases, which put Charles County at a positivity rate of 5.08%. Charles County Public Schools have approximately 27,000 students. And on 12/20, at their highest rate, had 144 cases. And as of the 6th, I've lost my notes. As of the 6th, they had, I believe, no, I've lost all my notes now. Pardon me. I think it was like 46 cases. At any rate, COVID is an airborne virus. No mask is effective. And the pores in the mask are 1,000 times larger than the pores of the virus itself. So they're useless. And all it is from the fear, it's gone political, it's from the fear mongering. It's just a comfort blanket for everyone. And it does more damage than it does good. These children are breathing in their exhaled air, filling their mouths and their brains with their own CO2. It's causing confusion, anxiety, fatigue. It's hindering their education. It's okay. The cons clearly outweigh the pros. These kids have no voices of their own. This needs to stop. It's irrational, it's delusional, and it doesn't work. And I'm begging Charles County, let these kids breathe. When is enough enough? Thank you.
Thank you, Shelley and Kyle, for dealing with all of this situation. Good evening. I'm Sylvia Acevedo, Title I Parent Liaison and CCPS Spanish Interpreter at Jennifer Elementary, with some helpful hints for parents and students during these harsh winter months. Charles County has had a bitter cold and rainy winter this year, and sadly, this has affected many of our community. Our mental health might go through some changes during this season, and I've also observed many students not appropriately dressed for the season, which could lead to sickness and, moreover, the spread of illnesses in schools. As a parent liaison, I'm aware of the bare necessities that some of our families might need, such as winter clothing and assistance with mental health matters. If your child is in need of any of the above, please contact their school or their guidance counselor for more information. Also of importance is to have an updated emergency card and to keep your students' vaccinations current so so that they are in compliance, so that they can attend a school in a consistent manner. Your school nurse can point you to locations that administer all required vaccines, and vaccination requirements can be found on the CCPOE website. For your child's safety, your emergency contacts and phone numbers should be up to date, and your emergency contact should be available to pick up your sick child from school if you are unavailable to arrive in a timely manner. For young students, an extra set of clothes can be kept in his or her backpack or in the classroom for emergency changes. And now, Mr. Chairperson, Mr. Schwartz, I will express these thoughts in Spanish for our Hispanic and Latino families. Hola, soy Silvia Acevedo de Jennifer Elementary, con unos consejos útiles para padres y estudiantes durante estos difíciles meses de invierno. Charles County ha tenido un invierno muy frío y lluvioso este año y lamentablemente esto nos ha afectado a muchos de nosotros. La salud mental es muy importante y he también observado que muchos estudiantes no están vestidos apropiadamente para la temporada, lo que podría provocar enfermedades y además la propagación de enfermedades en las escuelas. Como enlace de familias, estoy consciente de las necesidades básicas que algunas personas pueden necesitar, tales como ropa de invierno. Si necesita ayuda en relación a la salud mental de su hijo o ropa de invierno, por favor comunicarse con la escuela o con la consejera de su hijo. También es importante tener las tarjetas de emergencia actualizadas y mantener las vacunas de sus estudiantes al día. La enfermera de su escuela puede ayudarlo con todas estas cosas necesarias. Para la seguridad de su hijo, sus contactos de emergencia y números de teléfono deben estar actualizados y su contacto de emergencia debe estar disponible para recoger a su hijo enfermo de la escuela si usted no está disponible para llegar a tiempo. Para los estudiantes pequeñitos se puede guardar un juego adicional de ropa en su mochila o en el salón de clase en caso de emergencia. Thank you so much for your time. Gracias. La consejera.
Our next speaker this evening is Miss Athena Jones. Miss Jones, if you can hear me, can you please unmute? Thank you.
Hello, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, hi, my name is Athena Jones. I'm here today as a resident of Charles County with children in our public school system. The Board of Education says that when they're making decisions that they put our children's health and safety first. I signed up today to speak as a mother, pleading for our leaders to take into consideration what the long-term effects of the mask mandates in our school is having on our children. We've been putting our children in masks for the past 2 years. We are no longer in an emergency when we are 2 years in. Temporarily putting our children in masks wasn't a big issue, but now that we are 2 years into the virus, there are long-term effects that the masks are causing on our children. For the past few months, my son has been coming home without touching his school lunch or even opening his drink. I keep asking him over and over if I'm packing something that he doesn't like or if he would like for me to pack something else, and he just tells me that he either wasn't hungry or he ran out of time at lunch. We recently went out to eat, and he refused to take off his mask once we were seated at the table. And I asked him if he was worried about getting COVID, and his response was that he wasn't afraid of getting COVID, but that he's embarrassed to show his face. I then asked what he does at school when he's eating lunch, and he said that he doesn't take his mask off and that he tries to slide the food underneath the mask instead of taking it off. And this is why he comes home without his lunch being touched or his drinks being opened. I tried to talk to him and reassured him that it was okay to eat without his mask and that he can get sick going all day without eating or drinking. He refuses to remove the mask, and he just keeps telling me that he's embarrassed to show his face. This is what long-term effects look like in our children. My son is so insecure to show his face because the past 2 years he's been hiding behind it and has no idea how to socialize or interact with others while showing his face. This is demoralizing and it's completely heartbreaking. I'm considering removing my son from public schools just so he can have the proper nutrition and to prevent any further emotional and mental damage the mask is causing him. If wearing a mask for the past 2 years has caused him to be so insecure that he's not getting a proper nutrition while at school, then imagine where his mental state and self-esteem will be if this continues. According to the Mental Health Association of Maryland, suicide is the second leading cause of death in the U.S. for 10 to 24-year-olds, while COVID poses very little to no risk to our children. People say that it's just a mask, when in reality, to some, it's beyond just a mask. Please think of my son when determining if a mask is really the best solution going forward. Thank you. Thank you.
Our next speaker, I believe, is calling in by phone. Miss Katie Stickle. Miss Stickle, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, we can hear you as well. Thank you for your patience this evening. You want to go ahead and start with your comments,
Great.
please?
Thank you. Yes, I'm Katie Stickle, and I'm a resident of Charles County and also a product of Charles County Public Schools. And what I'd like to say is I think that we've forgotten that the schools used to be the heart of the community. It's where all the families, all the kids used to get together and look forward to coming to, whether it was for plays or sports events or any of the other activities that went on at the schools. Again, the heart of the community. But now with the masking of the kids, fear being basically taught in the schools because of the masks. Kids are afraid not to wear their masks properly. Kids with glasses can't see what they're being taught because their glasses are fogging up. It's just such a waste of our children for the past 2 years, when at the very beginning they said the children weren't at risk. And now all of a sudden, you know, the children are little carriers and they have to wear a mask, and the young teachers are afraid of the students, and the students are afraid of the teachers, and kids are afraid to go out without a mask. And so this has to stop. We have to start repairing the damage that was done. We can't start repairing the damage until we stop with the masks, because as everyone is saying now, we have to learn to live with this. It's going to be here. We're not going to get rid of it. And those that have underlying illnesses that want to wear a mask can. But it can't be something where the kids are so scared that they don't want to come to school because they're afraid of what's going to happen with anything that has to do with the mask. So I would ask you to unmask the kids, start repairing the damage, and make the schools the center of the community again. It once was. It can be again, but we've got to stop with the damage that we're doing now. I appreciate your listening. Thank you.
Thank you for your patience this evening. Our final speaker is Helena Kirby. Miss Kirby, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Great, thank you.
So I originally signed up to talk about reasons to remove the mask mandate. I had quotes from peer-reviewed studies and their minimal impact, if any, on effectiveness and trends in articles on early childhood development and such as cognitive skills, language, social, emotional, and reading. But I can only assume you all listened to the commissioners' meeting a few weeks ago. I reflect on Dr. Abney's response to one of the commissioner's questions when he asked her to define an effective mask. She answered KF94s and KN95 and omitted cloth masks, then continued with saying they need to be properly fitted on the nose and mouth, not hanging and certainly not dirty. And I could cry, but I chuckle a little because that literally described 99% of the students in school. And if you don't believe me, you're not in schools, and you certainly are not in elementary schools. I can email you those articles and studies following this presentation, but I know you can't eliminate masks tonight and, you know, overrule the state, but maybe there are some things that you can influence or change for better outcomes. I feel there's just a significant disconnect from the board and the family unit. I don't know if you guys truly understand the negative impact of these quarantines and on working families and on the students. I am tired of being ostracized from schools. Just even eliminating spectators from sports, no dances, no field trips, no back to school nights. Parents just recently allowed in-person IEP meetings. no award ceremonies. You know, I can't even walk into my school and smile, you know, when picking up my kid for early dismissal. I used to be invited into my child's class and watch many performances of projects and go to the Mesa and robotics competitions and teacher appreciation lunches. And I don't see tangible work even brought home from school that my students do. I don't see any of it. And I just feel like we will continue to be ostracized due to fear and what will continue to be these unattainable metrics. I fear, yes, ma'am. I fear we will continue to see a decline in rigor in school morale, student effort, overall learning, and see an increase in emotional damage, student behavior, and the end result would be teacher resignations. I feel we are just seeing the tip of the iceberg. And so when you get the chance to influence or make a decision to remove these masks, I beg you to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mackey, and thanks everyone for your patience. All right, we'll move on for action items for this evening. First is the minutes, and I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes from the January 11th board meeting.
So moved. Second.
It's moved by Ms. Wilson and seconded by Ms. Abel. Discussion? All those in favor, please raise your hand. So all affirmative, except for Ms. McGraw. Abstain? More than here. Thank you. Next are the minutes from the 24th from the work session.
So moved. Second.
Moved by Ms. Abel, seconded by Ms. Wilson. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please raise your hand. All in favor with the exception of Mr. McGraw, who was not here, and student opinion. Next is personnel.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Abel, seconded by Ms. Brown, was it?
Yeah.
Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hand. It's unanimous. FY 2023 operating budget.
Motion to approve the superintendent's proposed operating budget.
Second.
It's been motioned by Ms. Abel and seconded by Ms. Brown. Is there any discussion? Okay, seeing no discussion. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Unanimous. Thank you very much. Student board member doesn't vote on the budget, correct? Correct.
Motion to adjourn. Second.
This motion, you beat me to the punch. Made by Ms. Abel, seconded by Ms. Wilson. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Thank you very much, everyone. I know it was a long day. Thanks.